The City of Rollingwood City Council meeting will come to order Wednesday, May 18th at 7:01 p.m. Welcome, everyone. And we will start off with a roll call. Councilwoman Brown, you'll start us off with roll call.
Brooke Brown, present.
Alec Robinson.
Roxanne McKee.
Phil McDuffie.
Sarah Hudson.
Gavin Massengill. We've got 5 present. Moving on to public comment. Are there any citizens wishing to address the council on items that are not on the agenda? I see Melissa Morrow. Come on up, Melissa.
So stop me when I get there.
Well,
Melissa Morrow, 2502 Timberline Drive.
and Melissa, we do have new microphones. If you
You
can
want me
just
to go
move.
lower?
Perfect. Thank you.
I know. I'm a 23-year resident of Rollingwood, 4 years on City Council, and I'm currently on the Parks Commission. Love you guys. Thank you for all you do. I really do know how horrible and how fun it can be. So I hope you're not here till 2 a.m., but other than that, I'll go quick. So when I joined the Parks Commission, we were tasked with reviewing the rates for vendors in the park. We were trying to standardize the rates for rentals of the fields and generate revenue for the parks. The rates we established were based on youth programs which sign up for seasons, semesters, short-term camps and services up to 25 kids per field, a couple of months in advance. So most people, like I said, you know, if you know your kid is going to a camp, it's usually by semester. You're signing up just a month or so before. This was our first attempt at this and has some unintended consequences. Rollingwood had 3 adult programs, fitness type programs in our park, and we are down to 1. And that 1 is going to leave. Basically, our rates are not competitive for adults fitness programs. The city of Austin has a rate that basically goes $50 per instructor and 45 cents per participant per class. Ours, by just having one standard rate of $25 an hour, kind of puts it way out of the market. So for instance, Ignite used to pay $180 for an entire year, which is way too low. We all agree with that. But now they're going to be asked to pay over $7,000. So we went from a $15 a month fee to a $650 a month fee, and we gave them 1 month to do that. And why that doesn't work is that you guys all know, you set a business model, you know what your revenues are going to be, you know what your expenses are going to be. But if you don't have time to adjust those, you can't do it. Ignite, a lot of their members sign up for an annual membership. So when I signed up in January, the fees were set for the whole year. They didn't realize that they were basically going to go up by 7,000%. And so she's going to immediately move. I say this. They've been here for 13 years. They've been a great neighbor. No one has ever complained about it. They're here during a time in the park that is not used very much, from like 7:30 in the morning till about 9:30. And honestly, for me, it's like I have nothing to commute to. I come over here. I can actually get to work by 9:30 by doing this. I just say that, you know, and I was one of the people who recommended the $25 an hour, but I was not intending to kick out or make it impossible financially for those groups. So we did have a small committee meeting. We didn't all agree about how this should go, but I do think it would be helpful for council to at least look at what she made a proposal of paying, at least for this first year, $1,900, which is 1,000% more than what she was paying. But just think about doing some sort of a transition period so that we don't lose all these people at once, because that wasn't the intention. We weren't trying to lose money or force people out of the park. That's it. So thank you. I'm leaving now. You guys have a great night.
Don't
I know.
leave
I'm
us.
sorry. I'm sure you
We've
guys
got a
will be
big
super
night.
entertaining, but
We've got a big night planned if you want to stick around.
I'll come next time. I promise to be at my Parks Commission meeting.
Thank you.
Thank you, Melissa. Appreciate
Thank
it. Okay, with that, we will move on to presentation portion of the agenda and move on to agenda item number 2, presentation from Travis County ESD number 9 regarding fire hazards and wildfire prevention. And ask Chief, actually, yeah, well, let's start with Chief Wilson. If Chief Brady has anything to add, happy to do that, but either one, however you guys want to do it. You want me to start, Chief, or?
I just want to, you know, a lot of this ties into agenda item 8, so there'll be some overlap.
Yeah, actually, great point, Chief. And let me recognize Chief Brady. I will also at the same time pull up agenda item number 8, discussion and possible action with regard to staff update in connection with the city's policies and policies of overlapping jurisdictions as regards no burn notices and related mitigation of fire risks. And with that, I will recognize Chief Brady, and then we will come back to presentations. We've got them both open at the same time. So, Chief,
Exactly.
take it away.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So, yeah, basically, my understanding, the direction was to discuss these topics as outlined in item 8. And this is exactly what Chief Wilson's going to discuss in terms of policies, best practices, burn bans as instituted by the county, and how that might relate to us, and some of the ordinances that we could do to mimic that, as well as just some of the mitigation issues. So he'll pretty much touch on all those points. And then obviously, if there's any questions, we'd be happy to entertain those. Of course, that's largely in their wheelhouse. So I'll let Chief Wilson take over. Thanks for coming out.
You bet. Thanks, Chief.
Thank you, Chief. Thank you, Chief.
Thanks.
Thank you, Chief.
Thanks, Mayor, Council. David Wilson, Fire Chief of Travis County Emergency Service District Number 9, also known as Westlake Fire Department. I brought with me also our Fire Marshal, Michael Lacey. Some of you may know him or may not, but he helps with code enforcement and some of those things, not only in the city of Rollingwood, some of our county area, and the city of Westlake Hills. So he's familiar with all of those. But today, really, we wanted to focus on some wildland items, wildfire items, but really fire hazards within the city of Rollingwood. We wanted to do some recommendations to mitigate the wildfire impact to the city by really covering a few best practices from Firewise communities that we feel are good for the community. Some funding opportunities that we feel like the city can utilize to help do some of the mitigation. The fire department response capabilities, and some of the incident mitigation and facilities that we'd like to discuss, and then have an opportunity for some questions and answers for that. Really, the wildfire hazards in the city of Rollingwood, when you kind of look at the city, and in 2014, kind of that upper right area photo there, in 2014, Travis County completed the Community Wildfire Protection Plan. It's also known, you might hear it as the CWPP. But you can see in the orange and red areas, and it's not the best picture, but it really encompasses the city of Rollingwood, kind of on the outskirts. Here's Ridgewood, Rollingwood's here, and then Bee Caves Road. So you can see the kind of the hot spots there around Delana, Stratford, the outskirts of the city. And then when we get into kind of the core of the city, we have the residential communities. Generally speaking, larger homes on larger size lots that are, pretty well manicured. The facilities, the trees, are trimmed and good within the residence. But one of our main concerns with some hazards is ember control. And so whenever we have high wildfires or large wildfires that may happen in city of Austin, close to Rollingwood, if they're in city of Westlake Hills, embers can travel up to a mile distance. And I put down on the bottom left corner, that was, if you remember, the Pinnacle Fire. I think that was in can't remember when the Pinnacle Fire was. It might have been 2012 or so. Mm-hmm. But that was one of the main causes of all the house fires, and the Pinnacle Fire was the embers that came over. And so developing some ways within the community to be able to have residences that are hardened and protected from those blowing embers that come into the community. And so that's around the city is, we have around Delana, those areas. We don't have the topography and lots of hills that are in Rollingwood, although we have several. But you can see on the outskirts of the city, that's the main fire hazards we have. Along the commercial area, Bee Creek, within the creek with the downed trees and those kind of things from the winter storm. A nationally recognized program is Firewise, and so for best practices, the fire department really pushes Firewise communities and Firewise mitigation efforts within neighborhoods. The nice thing about Firewise is it's very much from the individual and the community aspect, and it's really about protecting your own residents and own homes. It starts off close to the residence, so that's within a kind of a 5-foot boundary, I guess you could say, for the home. So here we're looking really at leaf litter and gutters. We're looking at things under the decks. And then we expand out into a 20-foot section, making sure the trees aren't touching the house, the trees are trimmed, and then further out, that 30-foot to 40-foot area that's cleared out, that allows, if the fire does impinge, on the residences, it's spread out where it stops in the green space. And again, what we like about Firewise is it's individuals. Individuals have the greatest influence within the communities on fire load. And so if we can get community members to decrease when they trim their trees, when there's down limbs like from the winter storms, if we get community members to remove that dead vegetation, that protects from it. Also, the home ignition zone and the structure construction, so what our homes are being built out of. That's some of the items Chief Lacey will cover within the code, but we can influence how the community is safe from there. But really, property owners have the primary responsibility for providing wildfire safety on their properties for doing that. And then allowing the community to work together towards a common goal. So establishing policies and procedures within the city that's acceptable to the community. That way we can be fire adapted and fire wise for how we protect the citizens. Partnerships and collaboration. So talking about funding initiatives, the fire department works with other fire agencies. We work with Travis County. We work with the Forest Service. There's grants available if the community wants to do, say, chipping, brush pickup within the community. Those are all items that we can assist the city with and look at different resources where we have opportunities to do grants for Firewise, do grants for chipping programs as an example that's provided. So those are also ways that we can really collaborate with partner agencies to complete this.
Are those your own funds that you make available by means of grant? Or?
So as an example, the chipping program grant, so that's through the International Association of Fire Chiefs, their Ready, Set, Go program. And you can apply for those within a community. They have grant funding up to $20,000. It's not matching. And so, you would develop a program, a plan, how you would do those grants, and then you can apply for them, and then they'll offer funding to assist with mitigation for those.
Okay, thank you.
And so a lot of the FEMA grants that we may be familiar with have those matching funds, but often these grants are 100% funded.
Okay. While I'm thinking about it, I'm speaking to council. I'd be happy to entertain a motion, and if you want to think about it after he finishes, to circle back and pursue some discussions about this type of grant program with them on the chipping specifically.
And then opportunities for codes and regulations. So while we're doing that, Chief Lacey's going to kind of cover some of the codes that the city can utilize, regulations that can be implemented when other agencies implement enforcement, that we have jurisdiction and opportunities that the city can utilize us as partners to enforce some of the Firewise items. Thank you, Chief.
So we're looking at recommending 3 general recommendations to the city. The first one is the Firewise program. And again, that's the community understanding the goals of what that program is about, taking initiative on their own to actually accomplish that. And so it's that grassroots of the resident actually doing the work of improving their property locally in the way that makes their home the most safe. We do plug in a lot with the Firewise to each individual homeowner. We offer opportunities to go around and walk the property with the homeowner, give them advice, help educate them on the do's and the don'ts, and kind of approach it that way. The next the next 2 general recommendations are going to be more code-based, more enforcement type-based. The first one is burn bans. So I think y'all are familiar with the county that institutes a burn ban during dry times. That burn ban is actually not enforceable within the city limits of Rollingwood currently. Westlake Hills is an example of a municipality just like Rollingwood that incorporated their own burn ban that gets triggered by the county burn ban. And so we do recommend a system like that where it's very clear to the residents that the small ignition sources are not going to be able to be utilized in the city during these high-risk periods when that burn ban's in effect. That burn ban could be something that is triggered by the county burn ban, but it can also be triggered by council. And I do like the way that Westlake Hills incorporated theirs, where council can trigger it if for some reason the county hasn't implemented it. So y'all do have that authority within a document to actually trigger it automatically or trigger it by council's actions. So that's one of the things we recommend. The next one is additional code adoptions. There's codes out there like the Wildland Urban Interface Code that a lot of the things that are in the Wildland Urban Interface Code, the city is already doing. For example, requiring address posting, requiring adequate water supply, requiring properties to be protected with sprinklers, requiring vegetation to be maintained to some degree. Things like that are pillars of the Wildland Urban Interface Code. But things like that, the council could adopt a document that's already incorporated, or y'all could pick and choose key features of that document to incorporate within the city ordinances. One of the things that the city does not currently have that code helps provide guidance on is what we call hardening the home. And what that is that's kind of pushing requirements for when the home is actually built that would resist the ember intrusion. So that's going to require particular vents to have certain type of mesh that prevents embers from entering into the house. It's going to require closing up the decks. If you're used to seeing a deck on the back of the house, it may not be enclosed from the deck all the way down to the ground. And so there's things that code would require that we would call hardening that structure to keep those embers from getting into parts of that property or underneath that home in a way where it can spin up and actually ignite the house during a wildfire. And so we'd be glad to, if y'all looked at pursuing either adoption of a document like that or adopting particular requirements of it, we would definitely be available to help assist with those kind of discussions and guidance.
And then kind of our last topic is the response capabilities for the fire department. So we obviously have the large fire engines, but the department also has brush trucks that are capable of off-road vehicles carrying smaller equipment, smaller hoses where we can get into the urban interface, get into the brush and off-road if we need to. The area is a little harder to travel off-road, but we can still get our brush trucks back into the urban interface as needed. And then I put a picture of our squad. I've mentioned it here previous meetings, having a squad vehicle in the city of Rollingwood. This is an example of the squad vehicle that we staffed here during the winter storm. So this vehicle is much like a brush truck, just it's a 4-wheel drive vehicle, carries specialized equipment, but also carries 400 gallons of water. So one of the most important things is what we consider initial attack. And so if we can keep a wildfire very small, that would be our primary goal. So response times are important for us. So do want to make sure that as the council continues to consider facilities or those kind of things moving forward, that just to relay that we're still interested in a partnership and exploring those capabilities to be able to have some response capabilities that are actually within the city.
Thank you, that'd be great. And so just to clarify, so that would be the type of vehicle that we're talking about.
It would be the one that we staffed here on the winter storm. So it's kind of interesting talking about wildfires and showing an ice storm picture. But I did want to show kind of, since I had mentioned the vehicle before, this is what we're looking at.
And that has some EMT capability as well.
It does. We're actually staffing this vehicle right now with an officer and firefighter, and they're first out on first response for medical calls. It has all the medical equipment that we carry on our fire engines. So the same equipment to run medical calls, and then we can handle smaller incidents with a smaller tank of water. Has hose, fire pump, those kind of things as well.
And assuming council decides to continue that dialogue, I mean, hopefully we will. Love to circle back with you and kind of get that laundry list of what types of things you can respond to. We'd need to educate the community on
Sure.
what we're talking about specifically would be able to be housed here. So.
Yes, we can definitely do that and explain the vehicle. We could, obviously bring it over too and make sure
now
that
you're
there's kind
talking.
of open house and have that available to be able to look at, actually put your hands on and look
4th
at
of July
capabilities.
parade, maybe.
We'll definitely be there. At
This
the
could be
parade.
yours.
But the board of commissioners for our ESD are still interested in expanding on those conversations, and as the council moves forward with your discussions that we'd like to make sure as things progress, if they do, that we're involved in that conversation as well.
Good.
Great, thank you.
We want you to be.
And then our contact information here for not only you all, but if anybody in the community that reads the packet, we wanted to make sure that they had myself and Chief Lacey's contact information, so we're available anytime, not only for council, but if members of the community have questions, please reach out to us. We're here to assist for that. And with that, any questions either on
Great.
code items or wildfire stuff or both?
Thank you, Chief. Council, do you have any questions? Chief Wilson?
I have a question.
Yes, ma'am.
A week or so ago, I was driving down Nixon, and saw a house where the landscaping was under construction. And the landscaping involved the steel retaining wall or structure, landscape structure. And it was being welded on the site with a lot of sparks going everywhere. And that raised a lot of concern on my part about whether or not that's a permissible activity. Is that something that they need a permit from y'all to do? What are the safety aspects of that? If this were another month into the summer, it seems real scary with that level of sparks.
Absolutely, and there's a lot of ways we can approach that. We can actually incorporate those requirements during plan reviews that require that they permit any kind of hot works with the fire department, where we can go over the safe ways of accomplishing that. If y'all were to pursue the burn ban concept, similar to Westlake Hills, there's actually a
Okay.
section within that burn ban that requires a permit when that burn ban is active, and it lays out the criteria that they have to do to make that activity safe. And then if they try to stray away from that, they would then reach out to the fire department, to us, to basically make sure that whatever they're proposing, the unique situation, is truly safe, and then we would sign off on that.
Okay.
So there is a way that we can verify that it's done properly and actually issue documentation for that.
Okay. So we don't currently have a burn ban? Does Rollingwood have a burn ban? Okay,
It does not.
thank you.
Yes.
Oh,
absolutely.
one other question. And this came from a conversation, but I was told that a resident, and it's fairly common since the freeze, a number of residents have put in generators. One Rollingwood resident put in a generator, then had some problems with their transformer. The City of Austin Electric came out to talk to them, to look at the transformer, ended up replacing the transformer, but told the homeowner that the circuit, and I may not get this quite correct, but there was some problem about the circuit between the transformer and the generator that could cause a fire because of the power that's housed in the generator. Is there
I haven't
any
seen any of the
concern around that, or are there standards for that, or is that something that needs to be looked at?
I don't know that specific situation. I'd be glad to maybe jot down that address that you're referring to.
Okay.
Maybe I can reach out to the owner and find out more about what that specific Austin Electric representative mentioned about,
Okay.
and learn more about it. But I
I'll see
do
what I can
believe that
get
Austin
to you.
Energy permits a lot of that stuff through their process. But if I can jot that address down, I'll follow up
Okay.
and try to learn more about that.
Great, I'll get it to you.
It seems like if we have people putting in generators, there's potential for fuel storage issues also.
Most of the new ones are natural gas.
That's what I've been seeing as the gas. Yes, sir.
Are they, okay, instead of diesel or something?
Yeah.
A lot of
Okay.
times they'll run on the natural gas or be plumbed to propane.
Okay.
All right, thank you. Any other questions for the chiefs?
Well, we appreciate you all having us. Let us know when we can come back, but we'll definitely be at the July 4th parade.
Great.
And,
Good.
We'll be seeing you all then for sure.
Thank
if
you.
not sooner.
And give us just 1 minute if you would. I'm going to bring Chief Brady back up before we, so I will close out agenda item number 2. And now we are on agenda item number 8, which has already previously been brought to you, council. we've had a good discussion here. Does anyone have any questions for Chief Brady?
Do you know if we have a burn ban?
We do not have a burn ban.
Okay.
The
All right.
county's burn ban specifically excludes
City of Rollingwood. Incorporated.
it's just unincorporated areas. So, you know, in light of the presentation and the information here, my recommendation would be for the council to consider, maybe not exactly word for word what Westlake has, because theirs is pretty strict, but something that would, you know, trigger, and that takes, I think, a lot of work off you. Obviously, the county has folks that do this for a living and are familiar with what conditions are more dangerous and when that should be implemented. So that nothing would prevent you guys from instituting a burn ban if you chose to outside of the county, but that would just sort of be a triggering mechanism, and I think it'd be sort of an autopilot thing, and then our residents would learn, hey, if there's a burn ban from the county, there's a burn ban in Rollingwood, there's a burn ban in Westlake, and you know, it's the same geography, it's the same conditions. So I would recommend exploring that.
And Chief, would it be an option just to track what the county does, to say, like, when their burn ban is in effect and whatever their burn ban is, that just, we adopt that same burn ban?
I'll let Chief Wilson address. I don't know the specifics of what all the points are of their burn ban. I'm familiar kind of with Westlake's because I was reading it, and that one was pretty severe. Probably more so than the counties.
Yeah, I've heard that one's pretty onerous.
But yeah, I mean, I think we would create what our burn ban is, what we agree to as a community, and then it's triggered by the county is kind of how I envision it. But obviously there's many ways you could word that.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
And it seems to me also that we should have some targeted community information to alert people to that the current situation, what we're doing when we do, if and when we do adopt a burn ban, how that applies to them. And then I could even see something if there were things like a Boy Scout troop or a Girl Scout troop or a Eagle Scout program to help in that community education of, like the program, the Wild Urban Interface program, and, you know, get kids involved in teaching and spreading the word and getting their families involved and cleaning out under the deck and those sorts of things.
Right. And I believe the Firewise has sort of an educational component to it.
Good.
And as they said, just as we would do with sort of a survey of your house for, you know, a potential, you know, what we could do to safen it from crime, you know, these folks are happy to come out anytime and look over your property and see areas that they might be able to mitigate problems, you know, once nobody wants to talk negatively, but I mean, once the blazes are going, it's too late.
It's too late.
It's too late to make those landscaping options and to have maybe cleared some of the brush out of the woods and the dead vegetation.
Right.
So yeah, those are things that we need to have these, and that's why it's prudent that we're having these discussions now.
Good.
Thank you, Chief. Anything else for Chief?
I was thinking that sounds like a good Eagle Scout project for somebody to come in and do the addresses, because it's been decades since we had somebody come around and do
Addressing.
you know, paint the
All on the
curbs.
curbs, yeah.
I can't even remember the last time that they're getting very faded.
I actually recommended that to Mace the other day as an
Okay.
entrepreneurial idea.
Yeah.
Whatever, I mean, I think there are a lot of people that would
Yeah.
be interested in doing that if it was a fundraiser for a kid or you know, community service hours or
Yeah.
making
And you
some
explained the
bucket
safety element for first responders to see
Right.
that address
Right.
at the same time. Yeah, absolutely.
All right,
This-
great.
we
Thank you,
could
Chief.
Make this fun.
Okay, any
Thank
actions?
you for coming.
Any motions?
Thank you.
Does council wish to take any actions on agenda item number 8?
I don't know about formal action, but I'll be happy to do a review of the county ordinance and review the Westlake and come up with a recommendation.
Sounds great. It's your prerogative. Any other formal action? All right, with that, we'll close agenda item number 8 and move on to agenda item number 3. Move back to agenda item number 3. It's presentation, discussion, and possible action on the Water Capital Improvements Plan, also known as the CIP, and plan updates prepared by K. Freeze and Associates. And I will recognize Greg Blackburn from K. Freeze.
All right, thank you, Mayor
Greg,
and
how are you?
Council.
Great, welcome.
I'm here to present on the Water System Capital Improvements Plan that we last provided an update in February. So I'm just gonna hit the highlights of some of the big updates that we've made since the last presentation and the last time you guys saw this. Review the existing water system map and just kind of do a little refresher of how that system works. Then I'll go into our revised CIP list and kind of discuss some of the new projects or the revised projects that we've come up with, provide a summary, and then open up for questions. So some of the big changes that we have made or updates that we have made since last presentation, one of them is that we have continued to work with the city and Crossroads to investigate some of the unknowns in the system. The first one of these, there was some discussion about the 2-inch backyard water line along Vale Street. The city did go out and confirm that this line was in fact abandoned, which is good news. So that has been removed from the capital improvements plan. The bad news is that while they're out there, they found a new 2-inch line in that area that is actually in service, even though we thought it was abandoned. So those two have kind of swapped places in that project in the plan. And then additionally on Vale, there was some discussion about the extents that had been replaced with the 2012 projects. We had recommended that the city and Crossroads do some subsurface utility exploration. So I would call it either SU or potholing. As a refresher, they excavate a small hole, extract the soil so they can see the pipe. This is commonly used in the industry to identify pipeline alignments, depths, material, or size. And they did determine that the majority of this line all the way down to Rollingwood was in fact that older thin-walled PVC that's not meeting industry standards that we've had issues with breaking in the past. There have been some sections that have been replaced. Those were just due to main breaks, so there's just short segments that they replaced over the years, but the majority of that line still is in fact that older material. Second, this is kind of a bigger change in terms of how the system operates that we're going to be proposing. I'm going to flip back and forth here real quick. So if you remember, there is we have 2 pressure planes in the city. The blue is the higher pressure plane, and the red-orange shade is the lower pressure plane. This is all just based on the elevation of the houses compared to the elevation of the water level tank, or the water level in the storage tanks on the city of Austin side. As a reminder, we want to keep the pressures in the city between 50 and 85 PSI. And so that's kind of how those zones are separated, just based on elevations. Several months ago, we found that there is a pressure reducing valve between these zones at Hatley and Almerian that was broken and was just letting high pressure into that lower zone. We were able to isolate that and allow that the low zone, as it's intended, be fed from the Riley meter. When that happened, the city started getting some low pressure complaints from citizens, and that's not surprising because they're used to this crazy high pressure, and it was great. But once we fixed it and got it back down to more normal levels, they were experiencing lower pressure. So they issued some complaints. So we went back and looked at that and tried to find some ways to increase that pressure. And what we came up with was the kind of reverse. So how the system's intended to operate is that that low zone is fed from that Riley meter, and those 2 pressure reducing valves are meant as backup. So if there's a fire emergency or a main break and the pressures in that low zone drop substantially, water is then allowed to go through those pressure reducing valves. So what we're proposing to do is to flip that. And so if we're proposing to repair that PRV at Hatley and Almerian and change the settings on that PRV and the PRV at Rollingwood and Riley to be higher than the elevation that's coming in at the Riley meter. And so that boosts the pressure in that low zone by about at least 10 PSI without going over our 85 PSI maximum. So we're hoping that kind of alleviates some of those customer complaints. and then that Riley meter will become the backup. So if the pressure drops substantially due to some catastrophic failure in the system, water would come in through that meter. Ooh. And then lastly is more of just how we package the project. So originally we had gone through and tried to group projects, a lot of the smaller fire flow projects, to make them a little bit more better for economy of scale. So the bigger the project, typically the better price you'll get from contractors. So we tried to go in and package those. We took a bit of a different stance on it this time and separated everything into its own project. And we just feel like that gives the city a little bit more flexibility depending on available funding, whether that's whether it's a bond or annual CIP funding. And then we can kind of package those projects as we know how much money we have available to spend, and kind of get the best bang for our buck that way. I'll skip on through. So moving on to the CIP development, this is the same slide I had in February, just an update. So we used our water model to identify the projects in the CIP. And all these projects are either to resolve high or low pressures that we're seeing in the system, inadequate fire flow availability, and then also to remediate any maintenance concerns and access issues for city staff. A lot of these backyard water lines are going through people's fences and landscaping and whatnot. It's a pain for them to go read meters. If there's a main break, it's hard for them to isolate, and they have to kind of go through people's backyards to do that. So kind of pulling those out. Another change we made is we originally ranked all the projects, I think it was from A to K based on priority. We took a bit of a different stance again for kind of a little bit flexibility on the city side and kind of assign them a high or low priority. And just kind of, again, just keeping it a little bit more simple and flexible so the city can package projects as needed. So here's the list, and I'll go through these a little bit more in detail. It's a little bit longer than we had before because, like I said, we ungrouped all those fire flow projects into their own separate ID. One thing I do want to highlight is that the total cost of the CIP has been reduced from about $6.2 million to about $5.3 million, and that's just based on some of the line, like that backyard water line along Vale, abandoning that and moving all the meters is an expensive item there. And also just some of the other updates we have made has reduced that
We're
cost.
trending in the right direction. If we give you 30 more days, can you get it under? Can you get it under 5?
We can try.
And I appreciate your. I just want to say briefly, I appreciate your kind of decoupling the specificity with how you prioritize the projects. I think this is a better approach. I would say to any neighbors out there, if you see your favorite project on the low as opposed to the high priority list, that doesn't mean, even if it's on low, we still need to do it, and we recognize that. It's
Correct.
just, we tried to delineate within the list, and it's better to kind of have two broader categories than to have one, have 1 through 10 or 12.
Exactly. That was the intent.
I would agree.
All right, so I'll go into the specific projects. This is just the overall project map. We got to too many colors, so we just made them all the same color and added labels. So I'll go into these in a little bit more detail, one by one. Project A is that Hatley and Almerian PRV replacement. This is a high priority. It's a low-cost project. Essentially, the entire cost of this is just repairing that PRV that's been out of service. So we'll repair that, and then we adjust the PRV settings, like I said, on this PRV and the one at Rollingwood and Riley. And like I said, that will increase the pressures in that lower pressure zone and hopefully reduce the amount of customer complaints or citizen complaints that the city's been getting.
But that's $37,000 to repair that PRV?
That's what we estimate. I think we got a quote from Crossroads, and I can't remember exactly what it was off the top of my head.
I thought it was a little bit lower than that. That PRV at Hatley and Almerian.
On your previous list, wasn't it? And did it say 37?
Yeah, I think 37 was for that, and I think that includes some contingency as well.
I think it does too. I think our initial ballpark was like mid-20s, but that was also before 8% inflation. So 37 may be closer by this point.
Mm-hmm.
So.
Project B is similar project that we had before. It's that Vance and Vale Water Improvements Project. The main change here is extending that replacement all the way down to Rolling Wood based on the potholing that was done to identify that the material is that older PVC. Again, just a reminder, the pipes in this area have been a headache for the city, repeated main breaks just due to that high pressure, but also that improper bedding, insufficient cover, the older pipe PVC material that doesn't meet industry standards. So the big change here, like I said, is to extend that down to Rolling Wood, and also we swapped the 2 abandonment projects based on what we found is actually active versus abandoned in the field.
So if we do this project, what's the expected life of this new line? I mean, is
I
it
believe PVC has like 100-year service life.
with the proper bedding, we
Correct.
shouldn't
If
have
it's
to redo
installed
this
as
again?
manufacturer's intended, it's supposed to last at least 100 years.
Well, I have one question on this.
Yes.
too,
Yes.
On the abandonment. On that part of Farley, I believe these 3 lots are all vacant. This lot's under development. There's not been any work done, but it's vacant. But we ought to be able, it seems like it, with those lots being vacant, and these 2, 403 and 402 and this 404 belongs to 407, the ownership between the backup lot is the same. So we ought to be able to identify that line pretty easily. Does it have to be taken out, or can it just be capped?
It can just be capped, and I do not believe that there are any meters on that line. So that the relocating the meters on these abandonment projects is the main cost, just because you're having to run new piping through everyone's yards. So I believe that can be cut and capped, and that could be something we can even ask Crossroads to potentially do and see what kind of cost we can get from
Well,
them.
And we also,
Especially if those are vacant lots, it seems like it'd be a
yeah,
good time to do it.
the 2500 lot is also, the developer on that is our former council member, Mr. Shapiro, and maybe we can get him to dig it up and pull it out.
Yeah.
But it seems to me that's very doable.
Absolutely.
Agreed.
It's much less significant than the original line that we
Yes.
thought we had to abandon. Project C, the Inwood Cove Interconnect. Nothing changed with this project. It's in the high priority. This is just connecting 2 lines at Inwood and Rolling Wood. Right now, there's 2 8-inch mains that cross each other, and they're not connected. So this would connect them. Would increase or provide a better connected system, more looping to help with pressure issues and increase available fire flow. Projects D through N are our high priority fire flow improvements projects. So these are projects where we're proposing new lines to add looping, upsizing undersized mains to improve the fire flow across the city. These are given a high priority because per code, each residence has to be within 500 feet of a fire hydrant that has that sufficient fire flow. And so these are houses that we've identified, or locations we've identified where there are houses that do not meet that 500-foot requirement. So later on, I'll talk about some lower priority fire flow projects as well.
I have a question on this.
Yes, ma'am.
And I don't know if this is the proper time, but on the Bettis, on Project E, the Bettis line, I think we still have the description of it says it's a line on Bettis between Hatley and between Riley Road and Farley Trail on the improvements.
Oh, I'm sorry, that's a
Description.
typo.
Yes, and it's actually between Inwood and
That's correct.
Riley.
We'll get that fixed.
And then my question here was whether that stretch on Bettis is necessary. And here's the question. I don't know can we get this map?
I can go back to
To the
a
project.
bigger one. Is that Oh, you mean the specific project?
Well, this is better.
Okay.
This line, it seems, these lots, their meters are on Riley. These lots, their meters are on Inwood. I don't know for 401 that it's a vacant lot right now. But if we improve Pickwick, then there's a loop for this area. Do we really need that Bettis project? And it's not that I don't want to do it if it's needed, but is it really necessary?
Yes, ma'am. It is, because you have to remember that that's a boundary between the two pressure planes. So between
Okay.
those two pressure planes, valves are closed, so the water cannot do that loop. So that essentially,
those don't loop.
that's
Okay.
correct. That's correct.
Okay. And that is one other question. Is that the best place to do the looping?
That's where we identified it because of. I'll go back one more time. Because there is essentially through here, this would connect the high zone or the low zone, excuse me, and allow that loop. So right now there's a valve closed right here at Bettis and Inwood. And so there's not a great way down in this corner of the low zone, like 304, 305,
That's a
and
low
307
that's a
Inwood.
low area.
That's where we're seeing a lot of those fire flow issues because it's a dead end main that there's only one way feed to that area of the town. So this would allow that looping.
Okay. And then one other thing. These abandonments are also where we have the drainage project associated with the Preheim lawsuit. And two of these lots, or these two lots, are vacant lots also. So I don't know whether there's some savings that could happen with that, the engineering for the Preheim drainage solution and this, or what, but I would ask, I know y'all are involved in that too. So.
Yeah, absolutely. You definitely save some costs on surveying and some of those other costs that can be shared between those two projects as well.
And I think we're actually looking
I'm sorry?
I think we're actually looking at trying to combine that into that.
Okay, good.
Anything else on those projects?
Well, the only thing I would say is, in light of the fire issues, I think we need to give very high priority to those cul-de-sacs and locations where we're way under what the fire flows should be. I was surprised when I looked at, I think it's page 17 of the report, how low some of those flows are, and we need to take care of that.
I agree. Yes, ma'am. Now we move on to the low priority projects. So the first one is just the abandonment projects. Citywide, there are a lot of the backyard water lines, like I said, that cause the city issues, reading meters, going and repairing any main breaks, isolating main breaks that cause citywide boil water notices. There's also a redundant 4-inch water line down Timberline Drive that's not needed because there's also an 8-inch. So this is just a lot of abandonment associated with that. There is, like as I mentioned earlier, it's pretty costly to relocate these meters from the backyards to the street just because we have to redo all the piping to the houses. So that's the big cost associated with these abandonment projects because you do just typically just cut and cap them and leave the pipe in the ground. So the meter relocation is the major cost there.
There
So
are a
just-
lot of those houses on Timberline that are under construction right now that probably need a bigger meter than what they have right there already. And it seems like that ought to be part of the construction cost of the new houses.
I would agree.
Thought we already mandated that in a previous meeting. I thought we already agreed that those would be moved to the front and borne by the construction.
I'm
We
sorry,
talked about
Phil,
it, but we haven't done it yet.
No,
Oh,
we haven't done
okay.
it.
What was that, Phil? I couldn't hear.
I thought we had already done that, but apparently we talked about it but had not done it.
Done what?
Because of the fire suppression systems that have to go in with new construction almost every single time. You have to get a bigger meter and pipe. And so we talked about just moving those automatically to the street and having those costs being borne by the new construction.
Right. Well, and I think to do that, what we have to do is add a provision to the code that says that the city can designate where the service tap is to be located. Apparently, we don't have that in the current code, and so, at least from the prior building official, there was pushback from certain, some builders did not want to tap into the new line. They've stayed tapped, or it may have been residents.
Yeah, it was just one,
Yeah, okay.
but
But I think we do need, if we want to be able to require that, we'd need to add some language to the code. But most water code, it won't be anything that a builder would find unusual, I don't think.
Yeah.
But it seems like we could do that and then do the abandonments as the projects get permitted, new builds get permitted.
Seems like we should take that on and get that done sooner rather than later, given the frequency of new builds.
Well, and the cost for that
Right.
part of the project, that's the highest cost on the low priority items, and if that's something that we can,
Reduce.
well, and reasonably transfer the cost to the properties that are needing the bigger meters.
Right.
That gets your total cost below your $5 million.
it's true.
Mm-hmm.
Well, it depends on how you do it. If you did it for just the new builds, we'd still have, it would take a while. I don't know how many of these are potentially gonna be redeveloped in the next 5 or 10 years, but we could look at that also.
There's a lot of them under construction right now, or have just recently been under construction, which we should have had them move it to
Right.
the city,
And so
to
those.
the street already.
Yeah. The lowest hanging fruit is to just do it for the new builds, at least get that done, and then figure out what you're gonna do with the other.
And then we could adopt some kind of program where we spend, $50,000 a year to do the rest of, have some kind of plan to designate a certain amount of money each year that'll be spent on cleaning up the rest of it.
Yep. If we can figure out how to spend those, if we can spend those dollars to do that. is-
Right,
so.
right. And that, it seems to me, well, we'll get to that
We'll get
at
to
some
that.
point. Okay.
Okay, continue.
Let
on.
me, I need to ask a dumb question.
Yes, ma'am.
If I'm driving down Timberline and I can see the black water meter, has that line been relocated?
Yes.
If I see the water meter at the curb, has
Yes.
the line, but it's just the question of whether the line from the main to the old meter has been disconnected? Is that the issue?
No, if their active meter is in the backyard, that's what's needed to get pulled for. If they've already relocated it to the curb, if you see that meter, that should already be connected in.
Okay.
And should have been done.
Okay. All right.
Project P is a low priority. It's the town center PRV. So in the southeast portion of Bee Cave, we're showing very high pressures through here. We are not sure if these properties have individual PRVs. The city hasn't had any complaints or major main breaks, but it can be an issue like the Vale area. If there's high pressures in that main, it can cause issues in main breaks down the road. So while there haven't been issues now, we would definitely recommend installing a pressure reducing valve to reduce those pressures to be kind of within our 50 to 85 PSI range.
Shouldn't we just ask them first before we approve a project to replace something if we don't even know?
So
if
there's,
they
it's
have-
kind of two different things. The PRV would protect the city's water mains from that high pressure. Like we were seeing in the Vance Vale, that very high pressure can cause main breaks, along with improper bedding. I'm not saying that that is, but a couple factors with that high pressure could cause issues in the future, and that's why it is a low priority. Yes, sir.
Question, and maybe this isn't the right time, but when you talk pressures, and you mentioned before, these are simulations, are these models, or do you actually then also go out and somehow measure what the pressures are to verify that your model is right? Or
Yeah, that's a good question. It's all done in a model, but then we have had a couple instances where Crossroads has gone out and measured pressures across the city and provided us those results, and they've been very close to what we're showing in our model.
Okay. Thank you.
And lastly, Q through T are our low priority fire flow improvements. These projects are upsizing small diameter, short runs of water lines and cul-de-sacs where we're not having the sufficient fire flow. However, these are given low priority because these houses do have a fire hydrant within 500 feet that are either part of the high priority list or they already have sufficient fire flow. So these are, like I said, small diameter old lines that will need to get replaced in the future anyway. So they're low priority because the fire flow is sufficient in that area, but at some point these will need to get replaced and potentially a fire hydrant put in these cul-de-sacs if the city wishes. So just in summary, we've separated the projects to kind of give the city some flexibility based on available funding to package projects as needed. The total cost estimate has gone down from $6.2 to $5.3 million. And then we just recommend, and we will continue to work with the city and Crossroads to update our water system mapping. It seems like every week we're finding something new, which is good because we're getting it updated, but there's still a lot of unknowns out there. So we will continue to do that and update. And this CIP can be a living document. Kind of as we kind of find more stuff, we can update projects as needed as well.
Thank you, Greg. Great presentation, and thank you to several of our council members who really dug into this CIP and asked some great questions of Cape Freeze that allowed them to go back and make some really good edits and really understand the ins and outs of the system, and ended up reducing the cost a little bit. So kudos to everyone on that. If there are there any questions for Greg? All right, thank you, Greg.
Thank you all very much.
We are posted for action. If anyone wants to adopt the CIP, that would be a great thing.
May I ask a question?
Sure.
Do we adopt it or do we receive it?
I think we could do either. It is a living document, so you could receive it, and I would just like us to take some sort of formal action on it so that we know
This is it.
this is it, because I do think it will be informative for us to use that document going forward in some of our bond election issues. Again, it's a breathing document, doesn't mean that it's in stone. Certainly would be appropriate to receive it. Just something, however you would like to make the motion would be fine, but just something to signify that this is the document we're working from. And again, I think we did have even an edit here tonight. That'll be changed. So.
One other question.
Mhm.
This came out, late last week. Do we want to offer the opportunity to the community to comment on it before we adopt it? Maybe put it on the agenda for adoption next meeting? And
I mean, we can.
I don't know, you
I
know,
mean, we could talk about it for the next year if we wanted, but at some point,
Because
it's,
of the bond.
right, at some time we gotta go.
Yeah. you know, I think people are becoming aware of it, but if
They
there
really turned
is
out
a,
tonight.
if there is interest or concern about either the priorities or any specific project, I'd rather get that up front than get a no vote at a bond election should we decide to do that. So it seems,
I'm not as concerned about that with the way that they have changed the document to not prioritize individually,
okay.
because I think there is less, you know, it's just not ranked by project.
Yeah,
So
I think that's true.
that has not then established, this is the most important one, which somebody might say, no, mine is more important, and this way
Yeah.
it's a high
I
and a
do like that
low.
better, yeah.
And then it still allows us to discuss which ones we wanna do,
Okay.
without having that be a part of the
Document.
document itself.
All right. Well, I will move that we receive the report, the
second
K-Free's final report, and thank you for your efforts on this project.
Thank you, Councilwoman. I appreciate and agree with that nuance of receipt. So you have a motion to receive the CIP. Is there a second?
Second.
You have a second, Ms. McKee.
Do we need to say receive with the correction discussed?
Yes, would you like to amend your motion to pending the changes that were discussed during the,
Yes,
yes? And
so amended.
amended and still
Second.
seconded by Ms. McKee. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed say no. Being 5 ayes, no nays, motion carries. Thank you, council, and thank you, Kay Freeze and Greg, great job.
Thank y'all very
Appreciate you.
Thank you.
Look forward to
Thank you.
doing some of these projects. If it gets cheaper in the next 30 days, let us know. Moving on to agenda item number 4, presentation from bond counsel regarding a future bond election timeline. And I will recognize the good folks from Oric and turn it over to them for discussion. Council, this is the item that I laid out just to familiarize yourselves with at the last council meeting. And we will go through this presentation.
Okay. Good evening, Mayor and Council. Ben Morse with Oric, and also Justin Rosas is with me as well from Oric. And then your financial advisor, James Gilley from USCA is here as well in case there's any financial questions. So this is just a quick little overview of the bond election process. We couldn't resist the opportunity to include some of this great clip art from the 1980s, I guess. So you've assembled your financing team. You're getting your plans put together. So I guess we're at the second step, and we really need to get to that third step in a relatively short amount of time. Because as I'll mention, the most important date, the one that you should keep in mind, is your deadline to call the election, which is going to be August 22nd, and it comes up pretty quickly when you only meet periodically, and so I think you really need to be focused on, and we'll kind of talk a little bit more about what this timeline looks like, but I think in the next month, ideally, you really have the projects that you want to put forth to voters really finalized, and there may be a few items that you're kind of thinking about, but really you want to have it final in the next month if you can. So if that requires special meetings or workshops to kind of iron out last issues, that might be a good idea. So the next step in the process would be to formally call the election. That's the action that you'd need to take in the window between August 10th and the 22nd. And then there's just some items that we would be helping with once you've called the election, which is to publish your notice, post your notices, take all the actions that'd be required
by state law. And then more discretionary items would be kind of distributing materials that explain, not advocating for people to vote for or against the election, but just giving them informational materials so that they can be informed on their vote. And then election day, obviously. So next point is you're technically only required to call an election if you want to proceed with bonds that are secured by ad valorem taxes. So you don't have any COs outstanding, but you technically could forego the election process if that's what you want to do. Some cities do that for what they kind of consider to be essential projects that would be or should be approved by voters. And then they call elections for more discretionary projects like parks would be a good example. So specifically, the election would only be required if you're going to issue general obligation bonds secured by your property taxes. These other alternatives are available as well. So utility system revenue bonds, COs, and then tax notes. The one issue with tax notes is that they have a limited maturity schedule. They can only go out 7 years. So that's kind of one reason why you don't see tax notes as much, but sometimes they make sense. Parties involved in the bond election process, so you, the issuer, your financial advisor, and bond counsel, we would also be working with Travis County, very likely. They would operate your election so that it'd be joint with all the other elections, and then obviously your voters. This is just an overview of ORIC's role in the process. So we represent the city, and we essentially help you with planning and calling the election, making sure everything that you do is in accordance with the notice requirements and other requirements for elections. A lot of times what we do with city elections in particular is work with the Attorney General's office, who would approve your bond issue. They're required to approve your bond issue. And the big thing that usually comes up with city elections is what we call log rolling. So that's actually not on this slide, but I'll just jump to this because I think it's important. So each purpose has to be separated. So if you're considering utility projects, which it looks like you are, park projects, those are different municipal purposes, so they'd have to be separated. Sometimes the lines are not that black and white, and that's when we would
jump in here real quick. Think CIP, think IIP, think facilities. So carry on.
And I think you've probably kind of put those into your various buckets, but if anything comes up and we feel like it's not clear, one thing that we recently pre-cleared was one building that had multiple purposes. So the administrative offices and the police station were all combined, and the AG said that while those might be separate purposes, if they were separate facilities, a single facility, we feel like that's a common purpose since they're housed in the same actual facility. Stepping back here, this is just noting, you're a Type A general law city, so that's your constitutional source of authority. Your tax bonds would be for permanent public improvements, which is really essentially any kind of capital project that you would do that has a useful life of at least a year. Calling your election, so assuming it has to be on a uniform election date, which would be the first Saturday in May or the first Tuesday after the first Monday in November. So the next one would be the November cycle, and that's what we'd be looking at if you're going out to voters as quickly as you can. The action that you would take to actually call the election would be an ordinance, and the most important things would be kind of finalizing your propositions and ballot language, and the big things there would be, the purposes that you're looking at and the dollar amount that you want to go out to voters with. A lot of this other information would actually come from the county because assuming you're contracting with the county, they would be setting the polling places and early voting times and that sort of thing. Okay, so we've covered a lot of this, I think, but trying to finalize purposes, our ideal target date would be this meeting. The and I think some of this is to give you a sense of a little bit of a sense of urgency if this is something you want to look at for November, because I think voters they want to feel like you've thought through the plan and that you understand it and why you're asking them to approve this. So I think in the next, by June would be ideal to really get everything finalized. Then we can look at all the projects you're looking at, and if we feel like it makes sense to talk to the Attorney General to pre-clear anything, we could do that. But definitely by the time you call the election, which would be August 10th to 22nd, there can't be there's no kind of flexibility at that point. That's your purposes may be broad, and so water projects doesn't necessarily have to mean that you have to identify each piece of pipe, but you couldn't change from you want to do 7 million instead of 5 and you've called it for 5 million. You can't switch from we're doing water and now we're doing streets, but we weren't planning on that in August. When you call the election, everything really has to be finalized.
Two questions.
Yes, ma'am.
One question. On the mid-June where ORIC seeks AG preclearance, is that the time that you would ask the AG whether or not we can lawfully cover moving water laterals? Can that be done then?
That would be a good time to ask them that particular question, because the Attorney General's office, the preclearance process is not a formal process, and there's no statutory or administrative rules that say you have to give a response to us within a certain amount of time. So that would definitely be a question that we would want to be discussing with them if that's something that's going to be included in the election.
Okay. And one other question. In this water project, there are costs associated with repaving streets. Is that part of water, or do we have to call that out separately?
Yeah, that's a good question. So if you're repaving streets because you tore them up to install a water line,
Yes.
I would say that is a utility purpose, and so that's where I wouldn't really even necessarily call that an extremely difficult question, but it's something to ask us to think about. It really depends on the purpose for which you're tearing up the road. So if you were doing it just to repair the road, that's a separate purpose, I would say.
Okay.
But if it's because you had to access something you're repairing, that's just, and that might also bleed into that same kind of thought process might go along with the other question that you just raised, which is, costs associated with private facilities. Maybe those are born because they're kind of attendant to a public improvement type of thing. So I think there's a little more thought that should go into that particular question, and a little more facts to be fleshed out so that we can kind of fully understand the situation.
What that is. Okay.
So then, once you call the election, we'll be working on the required notices on your behalf, working with the county on proofing ballots and that sort of thing. Early voting would start in late October, and election day would be November 8th. And then we would come back to you after the election to ask you to canvass the votes. And that's essentially really just, recognizing the vote tallies that the county provides for you. I guess. Okay, this is just a little bit on your posting and publication requirements. I would just say there's at least three types of notices that you give. Physical postings, your website, as well as the county's website is a new requirement, and newspaper publication. So a lot of notice given to the public on bond elections. Also has to be translated into Spanish. Discretionary.
Does it have to be translated into Spanish regardless of the community?
Correct, yes.
Interesting. No, I was gonna say, no, but it is something that we have to do for the work that I do all the time, but the posting in a foreign language is required based on the bilingual education program in the school district. So that's why I was asking, because it doesn't seem like it would be necessary in Rollingwood.
Yeah, I would say it's not a heavy lift. So it's definitely, Harris County, actually, you have to do 4 languages. You have to do Chinese and Vietnamese as well, and that is a bigger issue because it takes more time. It's a more specialized, translation, and I can usually look at a translation and know whether it's been done correctly, because while I can't really speak Spanish fluently, I can at least spot whenever there's an issue, and I cannot do that with Chinese and Vietnamese. So I would just say be thankful you're not in Harris County, because it's a much more burdensome process and more expensive for your publication too, because it's that much longer.
Right, that's,
Double the space.
if we're just doing one, it's $9,000,
Sure.
so
Yeah,
it's not cheap.
I can beat that price.
it depends where you want to publish, but I would say if you're in one of the local papers rather than the Statesman, it's $3,000 to $5,000 is what you should expect. I mean, we try to kind of pare it down as much as we can while making sure that it's covering all the bases you need to. So kind of discretionary voter outreach and education, that's something we can be involved in, especially for just making sure that nothing kind of crosses over into advocacy. So we look at, materials that might be posted on your website or handed out in the community, just to make sure that everything that's included is factual and not, trying to steer voters in a certain way. Canvassing window we've discussed. There's also the possibility of an election contest that elapses after 30 days from the time that you actually canvass the election, and at that point you could actually proceed to issue your bonds. So there's a little bit of a lag after you canvass, but we would actually be working on a lot of the documents that you would need to be preparing anyway to proceed with the bond issue. So that election contest period really doesn't end up slowing, the issuance process down. I would say if you were kind of trying to move quickly after your election, you could probably issue bonds and have funds delivered by, January if you were really trying to move quickly. But there is about a 2-month process after the election of putting together your bond documents, going to the Attorney General's office, getting the AG approval, and then getting to the point where you close on your bond transaction. And then, let's see, so there's also another document that I think's in your packet. I won't really go through this, but just in case you have any, you want more in-depth timeline, that's there for any questions. But any other questions that you'd like to discuss on a bond issue?
Thank you, Ben. That was very good walkthrough, and I would encourage council. This was not. We did not provide this last month. This is new to your. Well, it's been in your council packet, but it wasn't there last month. This is very good.
It's in the new council packet?
It's in today, yes.
Okay.
The council packet, and this is a good timeline for you too, and gives you some more details. Again, thank you. Ben, do you have, council have any questions or discussion with Ben? Thank you, Ben. And we will have, not this discussion in a moment, but when we talk about the budget calendar, keep some of this in mind because there are some components that we'll talk about in agenda item number 6 that may come back up too. Stay put for a minute if you would. Moving on to the consent agenda, I will entertain a motion. We only have one item here.
Move approval of the consent agenda.
You have a motion to approve the consent agenda. Is there a second?
Second.
We have a motion by Ms. Hudson, a second by Mr. McDuffie. All those in favor say, is there discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. And 5 ayes, no nays. Motion carries. All right, moving on to,
Something that I should have said during the public comment period.
yes, ma'am?
I heard that today is Gavin's birthday.
You are not recognized, and that is out of order. Thank you, Councilwoman.
And I was just going to suggest that instead of singing you happy birthday, our gift to you can maybe we get out of here while it's still your birthday.
Oh, I like how you think, you know.
Yes.
This is gonna, I'm gonna win.
I'm liking this. One love, one group, one love.
Yeah.
Right.
All right. Good deal. And with that, I'm gonna go a little bit out of order. Help me on this one. What we got Ben here? What item?
We're going to 6 for introduce. We're doing the
No, I want to
budget
pull
calendar.
Ben while he's here to get him out of here.
You looking for 11?
Okay, Charlie had your slide. Moving on, I'm going to pull up agenda item number 11, discussion and possible action regarding advice of legal counsel on the 1, use of bond funds for water meter relocations, and 2, use of city funds for relocation of water meters. I want to pull this up while we still have Ben from ORIC here. As you recall, council, we had ORIC taking a look at this from the bond fund perspective. Mr. Zach took a look at it from sort of a general fund perspective. The email that was circulated to you earlier today isn't quite ready for prime time, but I would ask Ben to come up and give us sort of a first blush. And then our plan is to, going forward within the next 30 days, to make sure that Ben and his firm put their heads together with Charlie and his firm and kind of give you a more definitive opinion as to how we might be able to proceed with some of this. But I'll turn it over to Ben first and then to Charlie.
Yes, Mayor, I would agree with exactly, how you phrased it, that, this was an issue that came up late last week. I think we've looked at it quickly and, personally, I want to make sure I understand all the facts and give it a little bit more thought. I think we've initially kind of suggested one potential, path forward. But I think we do kind of want to, talk internally, make sure we understand what the issues are and the facts. I would say, though, this is oversimplifying a little bit, but bond funds generally are not treated any differently than, other funds of the city. It is an oversimplification to an extent, but to the extent that we feel like this is a lawful use of funds otherwise, again, oversimplifying a little bit, but if we're comfortable that other municipal funds could be used for this purpose, then bond funds should generally be falling in the same camp. So with that said, I think we need to think it over a little bit more and come back maybe at your next meeting or sometime in the near future.
Hold that thought. Mr. Zach, do you want to say a few words?
I have some thoughts on the matter. I mean, obviously, I don't want to, and very well done, by the way, in open session. Congratulations. Try not to give try not to breach the attorney-client confidences. I have some ideas. I've taken an initial look at it. I would like to, in your email today, we had similar thoughts on one of those approaches. Actually, me and my law partner put our heads together, and that was something we kind of came up to. So it's ironic that it was two folks, independent, great minds think alike.
Yeah, sure.
And I have,
If three attorneys are agreeing,
and there's there's another legal issue we can probably hang our hat on, but I just need to dig a little deeper into the case law to see if it works, and then we can come to you in closed session and give you our confidential advice.
Well, and I'm the one that raised this issue, and I raised it because when I was going through some reviews of whether this project several years ago included the Vale line, I came across the fact that this issue came up at the last bond election for water projects, and it didn't arise until bond council got involved, which was after the resolution had been passed calling the election, so it caused a lot of controversy. And I really don't have I have some opinions on the resolution, but I don't have a strong yes or no. But I do think we need to sort this out and be clear about whether this bond issue does or doesn't cover any cost of relocation before we call the election, before we start this process, then in the middle of it. And that's the reason why I appreciate what you're doing and what Charlie's doing to get this resolved. And on the merits of the issue, my background is as a utility lawyer, and so I think we need to think hard about the notion of whether the city is going to take responsibility or ownership of a facility that goes from a home to a curb. Because if a backyard water main is a problem, then this is also going to be a problem going forward, and we need to fish or cut bait, in my opinion. Either we do cover it or we don't cover it, if we decide we don't cover it or can't cover it, then let's find a way to do a process that's as friendly to the homeowner on this as possible. But I do think we need to sort that out and do it in the next month or so, and I appreciate your work on it.
Yeah, absolutely agree with everything you just said. And
Yeah.
It'll be a legal analysis, a risk analysis, all of which will be presented to you with options based on that, and then because you guys make the big dollars, you get to make the decision.
and while smarter folks than I will do that, I will go into the field with Public Works and actually lay eyes on what we're talking about.
Yes.
So I'll have a report on that.
Yes, we have a similar situation with, for example, my house. I have a sump pump on the sewer system, and so because LCRA built it, they wanted to own the facility from the home to the curb. They wanted to own the pumps, and we found I can't have a retail plumber work on it because the city owns it. So that's the other side of the issue
That's a good
too.
point.
So, I think it requires some thought and some coordination of a plan to how we want to do this going forward.
Very good. Thank you. Thank you, Ben. Any other questions for Ben or Charlie? All right, hearing none, we will close agenda item number 11 and then step back up to agenda item number 6, discussion and possible action to approve the fiscal year 2022-2023 budget calendar. I'm going to ask Ms. Wayman to get us started on this, and then we'll have a couple of different discussions.
Sure. What you have in front of you is the budget calendar for fiscal year 2022-2023, starting with today's meeting where we vote to approve the calendar.
Where is
Um,
this?
It was a late addition to the packet, so it will be in the packet. I'm also happy to print some.
If you refresh your packet, it should be in there, I think, right?
Yes, it's under item 6.
Under 6.
It was in there early today, or maybe midday.
We can also run a couple.
Sure, of course. So this kind of lays out our deadlines. The yellow, orangish sections are things that will happen at city council meetings, and this kind of just lays out the process we've followed before, going through our different budget workshops and doing our base budgets, and then kind of rolling in our other funds outside of our general fund. You also, this budget and tax rate calendar shows an adoption of at your September city council meeting. Did you want to talk about the tax rates here?
Yeah, I will in a minute.
Okay.
And for our new council members, so this, if you tuned in last budget cycle, which I think a number of you did, this is laying out that process that you saw, kind of the end version of. It's sort of our own process that we came up with several years ago. This is not how we've always done it. For those of you who've spent some time at the Capitol, you might recognize portions of it because it's pirated from the appropriations process at the Capitol. So, but that's kind of what this is. So it is a combination of those techniques that we've adopted here for Rollingwood, and then interspersed with our statutory requirements that that Ashley's mentioning. So, I'm trying to think how to. So the bottom line is, what you have in front of you is the proposed timeline. Last year, Sarah may remember, we missed a deadline because there was a new law in effect that we didn't realize we were getting tripped up by. And I'll try to explain it this way. So if council's, I think the easiest way to explain it, if council does not have a desire to exceed the 3.5% cap, then we can go ahead and adopt this as presented. However, if council is interested in maintaining your ability to go above the 3.5% cap, it's what we used to call the rollback rate. It's what's now called the or the voter approval rate of 3.5%. So if you want to maintain your optionality to go above that 3.5% cap, which would allow voters to seek a petition election to roll it back to the 3.5%. But you do have that option. If you want that optionality, then we would recommend not adopting this particular recommended budget timeline, and it would move everything, basically, it would speed everything up by about 30 days. And if you think of it this way, the whole concept of the 3.5% cap is to, because what we'd basically be doing is, if you still want to maintain the ability to go above that 3.5% cap, that 3.5% trigger is designed to give the voters the ability to go seek that petition election, and the voters need time to do that. And so that speeds everything up to where we would have to adopt our budget in the August
meeting.
timeframe. So whereas the proposed, what we're proposing here is saying that at the August 17th meeting, we would have a budget workshop, we would vote on the proposed tax rate and that sort of thing. We would actually have to speed all that up and do the things that we have designated here in September. We would need to be doing those in the August meeting. If, and only if, you as a council think that you want the option to go above the 3.5%. Here's where I am on this. And again, this is council's decision. We're having a lot of discussions about a bond election. We had a presentation about a bond election tonight. I hope, feel like the discussion will be to take something to the voters to vote on in terms of a bond election. If that's what you think that you are gonna wanna do, then there's no reason really to worry about needing to go above the 3.5% cap. Because you're already taking that to the voters. You're already taking them, hey, here are the big picture items that we think we want to, that we need to be able to spend several $1 million on, vote it up or down, and then we'll do it. You're already taking that to the voters. So I wouldn't see as a policymaker that you would really have a need to bust that 3.5% cap. But it's your option, and if you want to maintain that option, then we need to retool this timeline and speed it up by about 30 days. That's probably clear as mud. Feel free to jump in if you think I've messed any of that up or if I've misstated any of it.
Y'all will probably know better than I do at this point.
The only thing I'll add is there is a requirement that you adopt your budget before you adopt your tax rate.
Right.
And that's why we couldn't, adopt the tax rate and then continue with our budget process. You do have to have your budget adopted first, and that's why the entire process would speed up, not simply the tax rate process.
Great point. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
May I ask a question?
Sure.
So the 3%, that's like what the budget can increase by.
It's what your-
That's the maximum amount, right? Is that what you're saying?
So it's
Unless
3.5, 3.5.
Okay, 3.5. Okay.
And it's not what the it's what, and Abel, I may call on you, but it's 3.5% is the amount of additional revenue that you can bring in year over year.
Okay.
The tax rate
On-
can't exceed 3.5.
Not the tax
The
rate.
revenues produced by
The
the
revenue
tax
produ-
rate can't
correct.
exceed
In all
three-
likelihood,
3.5% of the prior year's
Right.
revenues
in all
without the
likelihood,
election.
the actual rate will decrease, and then we will show you what the various rates would produce. And the rate that produces, there will be a rate that is less than what it is today, and that'll be the no new revenue rate. There will be another rate that we show you that will be the voter approval rate, which will be the 3.5%. So it'll be 3.5% more revenue than came in the time before. And then anything over that is it's what used to be called the rollback rate. It's what's now called the voter approval rate.
Used to be 8%.
And may I ask a question?
Mhm.
That when we set the tax rate, that rate goes into effect in September, and it's the valuations change in January. So does that tax rate get applied to the new tax valuations from January through August of 2023?
So we'll get the new, we will be informed in July, hopefully, July, hopefully, from TCAD, what the new estimated values.
Taxable value
taxable
for
values will be,
January, as of January. That's what I don't understand is, I know we get the valuation, but I don't understand how the tax rate, the tax rate we set in September gets applied.
We got our guy.
Good.
Abel, if you'll identify
The values
yourself.
are as of January 1, 2022. And then the the property owners have, I think in May 25th, something like that, for you to protest any assessments that you received, or appraisals, I'm sorry, that you received. And so the CAD is going to have dealing with protests, and then it goes to the ARB in case you, the property owner, aren't happy with it. And so there will always be constant changes to that levy that was issued based on January 1, 2022. The
Okay.
tax bills that go out in October, November are based on the values of January 1, 2022.
Okay, I get it now. All right,
And so every month or so, we get a certified statement from the county. And it changes all the time because people may be adding exemptions, homestead exemptions, or something changed to their property. So it always changes, but for the most part, it's in the ballpark of whatever you saw when you approved the tax rate.
okay, all right. So the.
And we'll go back over all of this in detail too.
Right. Right.
Um,
So the tax rate set in September gets applied to the valuation from the previous January.
January 1, 2022 will
Okay.
be the basis for the
And
tax
that's the
rate you
tax
adopt in
bill.
September.
So all of the rate, all the valuations that went out recently, I'm not sure if all the Travis County ones have or not. They can be found online if you want to be shocked. There's been a lot of consternation, a lot of people worried about that. But it's probably not gonna be nearly as bad as everyone fears, because a lot of times they'll see that valuation maybe double around these parts. That doesn't mean that your tax bill is gonna double. Right.
Yes, all the,
The taxable value can only go up 10%.
Right.
And then the 3.5% is applied to the taxable value. So it's not near, it won't be nearly as bad as what everybody thinks. Thank you, Abel.
So, one,
And just as a reminder too, last year's council did adopt the no new revenue rate. One of the stated reasons at the time was to show that council was being good stewards of the taxpayers' dollars in preparation for this discussion that we're talking about tonight, which is the bond election. So, just historical perspective.
so let's take this through the bond election. Let's say we have a bond election, we get voter approval for 5 million. When does that, we issue the bonds, do we reset the September tax, the rate we adopted in September?
No,
or-
so the tax rate would already be set, and Abel, just jump in if I get this
Yeah.
wrong, but I'm gonna take this.
The,
Oh, come on, let me try it.
Okay.
Let me try it first. If the bond election, if there is a bond election, and if it were to pass, that voter approved debt would go into our INS, which does not count against the 3.5%,
Okay, yeah.
which I
But
think is probably what you're about to
When
ask.
would that tax, when would the levy for the bonds, the increase in tax for the bonds hit the homeowner's bill?
Now, I won't try to answer that one.
a year from now.
A year from now? A year
Yeah.
from now or a year from?
A year when the council sets the tax rate.
Okay.
In other words, next September, let's say,
Next
when
September,
council
okay.
adopts the tax rate, bond council, and I'm sorry, the financial advisor will give us the amortization schedule of the debt service. And so we will know the debt service requirements for 22, 23. And so that will be used to set the tax rate, the interest and sinking tax rate for next year.
Okay, because we wouldn't have a principal and interest payment till
No, that's right.
sometime after.
And
Okay.
usually it's,
got it.
the payments are made in January and in July.
Okay.
Usually the January payment is interest only, and the July payment is usually principal and interest.
Okay, okay, thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
So along those lines, if this does make on the ballot, the bond election, and the voters do approve it, it sounds like, well, we'll get some money in January, and then would we be able to spend some of that, like, on some of these projects, like the first quarter, like 2023 or 2024? And if so, does that mean, like, while we're doing this budget stuff, we, like, put line items in the budget for, some of the capital improvement?
Yeah, no,
stuff, or-
we would I don't know, we would have to discuss all that, and we would discuss that during some of this that we're outlining here in this action these actions. My thought would be that we would probably kind of handle those all separately from this process, just for sake of clarity, so that they're not, so that the process and the funds aren't intermingled. For lack of a better term, and we'll get into this more when we do our budget workshops, but you know, we've kind of broken out. We now approach sort of a base budget, and then we have exceptional items. And in my mind, the bond election and those items that would be covered by that bond are like the mothership of exceptional items. It's like they are the big picture exceptional items. So I would suggest that we're going to kind of handle those off to the side. Not to say that we wouldn't probably designate how the money would flow within the budget and that sort of thing. So we would try to be prepared if it did pass, but we wouldn't roll it into the budget per se.
You don't want to assume that it's going to pass, because then that may piss off the voters who decide.
Yeah, no, I'm just saying in terms of we would give some thought to if we need to set up certain accounts, and I don't know how it would work, but we would try to think through that.
And we currently have the debt service funds for the different issuances.
That's what I couldn't.
Yes.
We would look to see, because we do have debt service funds, so we would look to see if we needed to.
Yeah, I guess mine was just trying to understand like how it all works still a little bit when they're doing budgeting stuff. And these projects, I guess, they're not like, because you know some of the TML training that we did or whatever, it was a lot about, hey, you set your budget and you stick to your budget. And
right.
You can't change. And that's what I was wondering, if these things count towards that, or if they really are.
Yeah. And to be perfect, I mean, I've never done a bond election either, so we're going to learn it. We will be learning it together, which is why we did the presentation with Oric, to have some guidance from those who do it all the time.
Yeah, I guess I'm kind of where I'm thinking on this is like, well, I guess I'll just make a motion and we can keep talking if we want to. But, you know, I move to approve the budget and tax rate calendar for fiscal year 2022-2023 as included in the current packet.
I'll second it.
You have a motion from Councilman Robinson and a second from Councilwoman McKee. Let's have further discussion. Or is there further discussion?
So I may be misremembering, but I thought when we did the budget last time that because of the type of city that we were, we had an 8%.
So you are correct, and it gets very complicated very quickly, and we will go over that. So, and to be honest with you, I'm not ready to have the discussion tonight because I got to go refresh myself on it. But yes,
We're really the agenda item.
right. But to say, when we do some of these things on this item that's before you for adoption, we will talk about a de minimis rate, and we will talk about the 3.5%, and that it has to do with a $500,000 threshold. We still are under an 8.5 or an 8%. There are a couple of different avenues that we can go down.
So we could still use this calendar and have the 8% as an option.
It will depend on the dollar amounts raised as to whether we trigger as to whether we stay under the de minimis or not.
What do you mean dollar amounts? I'm not sure what that dollar amount raised is. Is that?
Abel, I'm sorry to put you on the spot, but in relation to what we're talking about here, of whether we would potentially trigger a petition election, there's the 3.5% cap, and then there's the de minimis cap that we also fall under.
Right.
And depending on the revenue raised will depend
It
on.
has to do with the percent.
Right.
You take the de minimis, anything over 8% in the de minimis rate, anything over that's automatic election. Up to the 8%, it's a petition deal.
Okay.
Unless your 3.5 goes above 500,000, right?
The 500,000 is the de minimis that you can get, but if you go to the 500,000, like you're saying, if it goes over that 3.5%, then you get into that 8% problem or issue, or whatever you want to call it.
I think I can summarize it to say, it depends on the amount of money you are raising. If you are raising less than a certain amount of money, which is $500,000, then yes. So long as that 8.5% doesn't go over that when all the
Yeah.
calculations are done, then you're fine. But if it goes over that, then you're at the 3.5%.
Right.
That was the better way to say it. And we got we found ourselves in a jam last year
Because we missed that deadline.
because we missed that deadline.
Correct.
It's really, you were on the right track, Councilwoman. It's really not because of the type of city you are, it's really the amount of revenue. It's cities that raise very small amounts of revenue is really what it's applied to.
I guess my point is, I don't think that I think you're gonna have plenty of options before you. I don't think that you're going to find the need to go above any threshold that would trigger a petition election.
Right.
And I meant to say this too, and at least as long as I've been around, we never have. Like, we've never done that. And so the only reason I think that you as a council would want to or need to do that is if we had all of these big ticket items that we just had to do, and you were not willing to do a bond election. I think that would be the only scenario I would really foresee of you needing to bust that threshold to allow the voters to roll you back. And since you know, in my opinion, the far more transparent way to go about that would not be to go above those thresholds and there's just hope for the best and hope that you didn't get rolled back. It would be to do what we're doing in a transparent way, which is, here's the CIP, here's the IIP, here are the facilities. Let's go ask everybody in a bond election if they want to do it. If they say yes, great, and if they don't, fine. That's the more transparent way to do it than to roll the dice and just take the action yourselves and see if the voters go do a petition election. So, there you have it. Any further discussion? You have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed say no. Being 5 ayes, no nays, motion carries. Thank you, council. Okay, moving on to agenda item number 7, discussion and possible action on an oak wilt treatment plan. Okay, this is my item. I'm bringing it back to council for discussion and to get your thoughts. And here's where we've left this off the last couple of meetings. We have been talking to council, or talking to residents, a few key residents about doing the oak wilt trenching. We've gotten bids from one company that is phase 1 of, I think, 30,000 or so, a total probable spend in the $50,000 to $60,000 range before it's all said and done. We are having trouble finding someone else to bid on this project for a number of reasons. One of which is we're actually the neighbors who we've been talking to have been very open and want to be good neighbors and help. But when we, really have to get into a negotiation on easement agreements, and then that leads to a really complex discussion about where we're going to have to bring the equipment and what we're going to have to tear out, and what we're going to have to move, and all these things. That discussion gets a little harder quickly. Not that it's a hard no, but it's certainly not an easy yes. So we're at a little bit of a standstill, and that's a whole lot of effort and a whole lot of expense to not even meet the recommendation that the Forest Service has given us as to where to put the trench. And then we have one resident who's just a hard no, not going to work with us. And the neighbor who does want to work with us is like, well, if they're going to just not work with us, well, I'm trying to be a good neighbor and they're not even wanting to work with us. Here's where I am, council. And I had a long discussion with a specialist in the oak wilt treatment field. And I've talked to a few residents too. Here's where I am. I feel like it might be smarter for us if we're going to spend $50,000 or $60,000 to just do a really beefed up, solid monitoring and treatment program sponsored by the city, and we just constantly monitor the perimeter of all of our known oak wilt areas. And as soon as we have one pop, we're on it and we're treating it, and we manage the disease that way. I talked to some folks in the industry that think that might be a better approach than the trenching. Apparently, and I need to, with your permission, I just want to have this discussion, and with your permission, I'll do some more research on this. But as I understand it, the city of Lake Travis, they apparently have totally stopped doing their trenching program and are actually looking at doing what I'm talking about, which is a monitoring and treatment program. I guess they had, over time, they were having about a 35% success rate with their trenching, and they just determined we're spending so much money on urban trenching, and because you always are having to move it around and do it in different ways, and you just can never really have a great deal of degree of confidence that it's going to work, that it's just, they've moved to a monitoring and treatment program. So I would, with council's approval, I'd like to look at that as a possible option. I think we might have more long-term success with it if we stay committed to it. I mean, the monitoring and testing portion, I mean, we can partner, I think, with the Forest Service. That's a pretty cheap testing option. And if we stay on top of it and then map out where all of the trees are, and then really try to do a good job of monitoring the perimeter, and then I would say probably figure out maybe some, set aside some dollars to do a grant program for some required treatment once it is detected. Maybe that's a smarter way to go. And
How successful is the injection treatment?
I will get the details. I don't know if Phil knows. I know.
From what I remember, you can only do the injection treatment twice. You can't do it more than twice. Trying to recall the
Yeah, I can't remember
exact
the percentage.
numbers,
We talked about
but
it.
my gut feel was that it was about as effective as you were getting with the trenching, in that, it's like 70%-ish was what I seem to remember. And I think it maybe even has a little bit more of a time frame. The thing with the trenching is you've loosened that soil, you've made it a lot easier for roots to penetrate it even quicker than they would have had you not done the trenching. So you've actually, in some ways,
Made it worse.
made it easier for transmission through the root beds.
Phil, that's exactly where I got finally, after I sort of focused and thought about it, is I was sort of seeing that trenching as the silver bullet until what you just said dawned on me. Like, you're just severing the roots.
Right.
And then you're only severing it
Right.
for that, that distance.
Right.
And so however long it takes a root to grow through that distance.
And the trees, I mean, it's the same as when you cut a branch. Like, you're going to see new sprouting at that location, very likely. The tree wants to
Right.
regenerate. And the trenching only lasts
About 5 years.
5
right?
years, right. And that's because you're
Right.
going to get through there. And I think with with the situation that we have and with the difficulties with all that terrain and getting buy-in and all that, I personally like your idea better than
That tree
What we're
that we
facing.
were dealing with over there at the corner of,
right.
Nixon and Hatley, that was at about the 6-year mark.
Was it?
It was past the 5-year mark
Yeah.
when we trenched. So maybe it held for that long, but then,
Right, then you're, and I just feel like when we do the trenching, we feel like, mission accomplished, and then we move on, and we sort of forget about it, and then we kind of look up, and we're like, oh, wow, well has it been 5 years already? Look, we have an oak well now.
exactly.
And we've, and so I just feel like if we're gonna spend those kind of dollars, I mean, if we're spending $60,000 every, how much monitoring and how much treatment or removal and replanting could you do for that amount?
Well, we spent for that trenching project back in it was close to 150,
Yeah,
like upper 140s. By the
Right.
time we did all the repairs.
all of it, yeah. That's the deal with all the repairs, and then you're tearing your streets up, and then you're moving water, and then you're disturbing water, and then I mean, it's just, the list goes on of the unintended consequences that anyway, I'm not saying there's no great answer, there's no great solution, but it is a pivot from what council has talked about and discussed and instructed previously. So I wanted to bring it back and say that I'd like to at least explore this other way and see, see if there's some other way to do it.
Well,
And
we,
it-
sorry, I was gonna say, we also have some water projects and drainage projects over in that same area that are going to have some
True.
beneficial.
trenching
That's great.
Mhm.
required
Yes.
as a part of those projects.
Right.
So they're, it may not be in exactly the right
Yeah, we'll
place,
have some residual benefit from that.
but there will be some activity over there that is liable to provide some,
Yeah.
Yeah, we talked
trenching.
about that. It's part of the reason the second phase is not as expensive, because they're gonna be doing some reliance on that trenching for the drainage project. The other thing
Oh, no, go ahead.
yeah, when you talk about monitoring and then treating, what is the benefit to not necessarily, because some homeowners just go ahead and treat the trees. There's not a positive result and positive test yet. They're just treating it proactively. And did you have any discussions with your folks on the idea of treating proactively? I mean, is that an option we should be suggesting to homeowners if they want to?
So the
where
brief, I did have one discussion about that. I think what I was informed is that's not always the best idea, because you're using your bullet, and you may be using your bullet before you need it. And to Phil's point, you can't just continue
just twice.
you sort of
Yeah.
have a limited number. And so that's why I think if we did, and I would need to talk to Forestry Service and figure out exactly how this might happen. But in my mind, if you're doing like either twice annually or maybe quarterly, I don't know, depending on where you are. But if you're doing a pretty consistent, thorough testing, you're
Nip
going to
it in
be
the
able
bud.
to see it. And I think that I don't know the details and learn more about this as we go. But, the roots, testing the lower in the roots is where you pick it up first. And so if that's part of our regiment, where we're testing the same trees every 6 months or something like that, I think that there may be an opportunity to pick it up quicker. And then I'm told that if you can get to it, it's like any disease, right? If you can get to it quicker, then you have more success rate with it. So
I think that's true. I'm concerned about what I've heard is once it hits, it's weeks. It's very, very fast. And that may be because people are viewing the canopy de-leafing and the veining and all of those things. So testing down near the base of the tree, like you're talking about, is new information to me. Maybe that does give us a bigger window to catch it.
Red
But-
oaks can go up in 30 days. Can get eaten up by oak wilt in 30 days. Live oaks, it's a much slower
Oh, is
process.
it? Okay.
But
Okay.
it's still, so that's why, you know, if you're monitoring just every 3 months, you could be losing trees and that.
Yeah, I think two things. Like the idea, I agree with it. I think and I'm willing to take this on, I think we need to dig in more of how frequently do we need to monitor? What does the monitoring look like? What kind of buy-in can we get from
Right.
the neighbors? Like, can they, you know, what responsibility are we expecting them to do, us to pay for, or whatever
Right.
with that? Like, where's that line and those
Sure.
discussions thing? But if we can do it through monitoring and my understanding, you know, once again, Carrie was kind of dealing with taking the samples and getting them sent off and all that type of thing. It's not terribly damaging to the tree or anything like that, so.
Yeah, there's definitely some of those things we need to figure out. I feel like we would have good buy-in from the neighbor. It seems to me an easier ask to go to a neighbor and say, easier to say, are you cool with us coming into your backyard and testing your 4 trees 2 or 3 times a year?
Right.
That seems like an easier ask, even if it's repeating, than, hey, we'd like to dig a trench through your backyard and we're going to take out your fence and relocate your water line and we need to move all of your, you know, we're probably going to tear up your sprinkler system while we're there. All of those things, and your driveway and all of the, it seems like,
Yeah.
as a homeowner, I would say, hey, come test them whenever you want, because I'm not going to do that other thing. Brooke?
It seems to me that if we do the testing and treatment, we need to be real specific about what the city is what commitment the city's taking on. Because you could eat through $60,000 pretty quickly. You know, I've heard it's $20,000 a yard, or, you know, for this treatment. So if that's going to be our plan, I think we have to be very specific.
And
so we
that's
don't-
not at all the number I've heard. I've heard, and this is the type of research I want to do on it. But I've heard, you know, maybe $1,000 a tree, that sort of thing. So
That would surprise me.
that's why I want to do the research.
Yeah, that would surprise me. But I had called my tree guy when this came up, because I'm just a block away from where the trench would be. But they said, call us back after the trees have bloomed, the leaves are back on the trees, and have us come out this summer and do the testing. But I think it's, you know, what I really have heard extreme amounts of, you know, it's a significant financial hit if you have several trees and you've got to get them all treated. So I think we need to be careful about what expectation we're creating, and have a set plan of, you know, what we can realistically do. And if we do it for these homeowners because aren't going to do the trenching, then what do we do next year when it comes out in another area? And
Yeah, and my thought,
That's-
I really think there are two buckets here. One is the monitoring, and that's the part that I think we address first. And then the second is the treatment piece. And in my mind, that looks like probably more of a grant program, so that you set the parameters that you're talking about. You're setting your guardrails, so that you don't, so that you're clear up front as to what you're willing to do and what's included. And maybe there's some cost sharing with the,
Mhm.
with the neighbors too. Or maybe it's nothing, maybe it's just the monitoring piece, I don't know, but I think that's what we need to look at. Or, I mean, or we can stick with the trenching, or we can do nothing. Doing nothing, I don't think is a good option. Doing the trenching, I'm at a little bit of a loss on how to get it done currently.
Well, it seems to me we don't have enough information to take action tonight.
Yeah, no, I don't know, I don't really think there is action on this. I just wanted you to know, I mean, if you were, you know, if council was of the mind, dig the trench, then I wanted you to have an opportunity to say that.
I would say that process, going through that trenching project, when I did, it's rugged.
Yeah.
It is rugged. And then it's like, you messed up this part of my driveway, well, now you're gonna have to redo the whole thing.
Right.
You know, because it's gonna be
Mhm.
out of sync with the rest of the driveway, so I need the whole thing it's like,
Right.
you took out this part of the fence, now it doesn't match with the rest of the fence, so you need to replace this whole section, and
Yes.
it's tough.
Yes. I agree, and I'm not as brave as you, and, and.
Or dumb, no.
And if we were going to go through all that heartache and then be able to achieve the recommended distances for the trench, it might be a little different. But we're gonna go through all of that heartburn and then still not actually be able to hit the recommended distances that the
Exactly.
Forest Service is saying. So it seems like a lot of effort and a lot of expense to just not quite do it right. So, anyway. You know, maybe we do this other, or maybe we go this other route for a while, and then, you know, if it's not successful, well, we'll have another, unfortunately, would have another bite of the apple. So, okay, so no, I don't think there's any action to be taken, and unless you throw something at me right now, I'll get with Phil and we'll kind of go this other direction for a while. Okay, with that, we will close out agenda item number 7, move on to agenda item number 9, discussion of possible action on adoption of the comprehensive plan. Recognizes Councilwoman Brown.
Can I interrupt just
Yes, I'll
briefly?
recognize.
Did you talk to the mayor about the public hearing requirement for the,
Yes, she mentioned it to me.
wait, that's not the comprehensive plan. That's, yeah, okay, sorry.
False alarm.
All right, false alarm, my apologies. Number 9.
All right.
Back to number 9, recognizing Councilwoman
All
Brown.
right. This item has been brought to you because we're now at the stage where the council can adopt a comprehensive plan. I have asked Ashley to send to you the comments that were submitted by the Planning and Zoning Commission from the meeting that Sarah and I had with them a couple of, maybe 2 weeks ago. I thought they were very thoughtful comments. I have suggestions as to where they could be incorporated into the comprehensive plan, if y'all want to go comment by comment. But I think the other issue is whether or not anyone on the council has recommendations to modify or change or the comprehensive plan. So I think the first order of business perhaps is, I'm happy to go through the planning and zoning comments, or to, does the council want to have comments of your own that you'd like to address first?
Well, I have one that's kind of both.
Okay.
And I've expressed this before, is that the discussion on the accessory dwelling units,
Mm-hmm.
where the comprehensive plan says that residents want those, but is not really supported by the data from the survey, I am not willing to adopt the plan that wording in it,
Mhm.
because I don't think it accurately reflects the will or the beliefs of the citizens. And that was also a question that was, we didn't really talk about that in the P and Z meeting. That was not discussed, but a question about that came up from one of the members of the P and Z after the meeting, and asked about that because it wasn't discussed at planning and zoning, so. And I know Roxanne has asked about that before, as far as whether or not having those in there jeopardizes the single-family residential zoning criteria, so. Somehow we need to tweak plan around that issue.
Do you have the data to back up the percentage of folks that either strongly supported,
Yes.
supported? Do you have that data? Do you have it with you?
I do.
I do not.
This is from the citizen survey, page 137.
Thank you.
And I'm sorry about the quality of that copy, but
If you want.
If you would just state
Yeah,
what,
read it out.
if you would just state
Yeah.
what you handed off, Councilwoman,
Okay.
and
if you go to the comprehensive plan webpage and you see the, let me get there.
All right. So, reading this, it says an ordinance allowing accessory dwelling units or granny flats on single-family zoned residential lots. Strongly oppose is 20.69%. Somewhat oppose is 11.91%. Neutral is 18.18%. Somewhat support is 27.59%. And strongly support is 21.63.
This
Okay.
is from the page, is it 137 of the document that's titled Resident Generated - Residential Survey Results.
thank you.
I think it's 137.
So,
That is the, information from the survey that led to that discussion point in the comprehensive plan. And the discussion in the comprehensive plan is on page 24 of the plan.
so this looks like the strongly opposed and somewhat opposed, just taking the neutrals out. The opposings is at 32.6 and the support, either strong or somewhat, is at 49.22.
Except that the strongly support and the strongly oppose are almost the same. And the other questions in there, you know, do we want it to remain single-family residential, was very strongly in favor of staying single-family residential, which having granny flats is not terribly consistent with. And
My granny's in my family. I'm sorry, did I say that out loud?
And the drainage issues were the biggest concern
Right.
expressed by anybody, and the more additional impervious cover we put in, the worse we make our drainage. So those other things are not consistent in my mind with allowing additional construction.
My only point, council, would be this: it's your prerogative what you do with this comprehensive plan and how you adopt it and how you amend it when you adopt it. I would be hesitant, though. I would encourage you to be hesitant, and I would hope that those of you who served on the task force would be somewhat protective of the work product, because you did go through a great deal of effort on the task force to come to this final product. So I think maybe, like, if you wanted to remove things as a council, I mean, it would be safer in my mind if you were compelled to remove things, although I would encourage you to, again, be somewhat protective of the work product. But I think removing things would be a softer approach than to totally undo or amend the work that was done by the task force.
Well, I would say two things. One is that, and I feel my role in bringing this to the council is I'll be the scribe for whatever the council wants to do. I don't feel like I ought to vote on it because I was on the task force, but I'm happy to be the scribe and to offer recommendations. We could modify the language on page 24 instead of say, but support allowing accessory buildings, say there's some support. That is not, if you, the actual recommendations for priorities doesn't have anything on accessory dwelling units. So the actual recommendations that are listed in this portion of the report don't have a recommendation on, oh, they do, I'm sorry. I think maybe what we do is modify that as well, if that is the council's choice. And I think this document should reflect the council's considered judgment on the same topic. So I don't think we have to accept what the task force sent over.
I agree with that.
Yes, I think we
this
can
is an empty
modify
room,
this.
and you know, we talk a lot about trying to not make big changes that don't have the input, and so I suspect that there are a number of people on the task force that feel like that would be surprised if they saw that their language was greatly altered. Not that you're going to do that. I'm just
That their language was what?
would be greatly altered. The final work product. I think they might be surprised. Again, not that this council's going to do that.
I don't think so.
There was
I think
like
they expect
3
the
of them
council.
left by the time they were putting this together. One of them is here, and
I think,
Farrell has
yeah, I
talked
think the
about it
task
too,
force
so.
recognizes that they have given a work product and the final product is, they have given a recommendation, the final product is the council's to make. I think that would be very clear.
All right.
But I'll make a recommendation as to language. I would, suggest to Councilmember Hudson, if you want to consider it, that we modify the language on page 24 with regard to support allowing residents to build accessory buildings on residential lots. To say something to the effect, there's some support in the survey. Or reflect either the percentages on that, what the percentages are from the survey on support. And then on page 25, under residential recommendations, you can, instead of say allow accessory dwelling units on residential lots, modify that to some other language that meets your concerns.
Can I ask a question? Make a comment?
You may in just a minute, but was that I got lost, I'm sorry. Was that a motion?
No, because I'm not,
Suggestion.
I'm
That's
just described
good.
today.
I just needed to know if it was a motion or suggestion. Yes, sir,
I'm
Mr.
just
Robinson.
sort of wondering why this language is in here, but maybe for a different reason from some of the other discussion we've heard there. I see these. We have these in our city today. So they are allowed. So why do we even have allowed? Unless people are doing it and it's not allowed. I don't know. Are they not allowed in our code or what? So
they're not not supposed to be allowed.
Okay.
I think the definition is, so you, Councilman, just to give you a little history, and I'm not weighing in one way or the other, I'm just saying, there are different types of what you've seen, and they are constructed in different ways to meet different codes over the years. And so I think that's all accurate and truthful to the best of my knowledge. And there is an existing ordinance that was amended that I can remember in the last 6 years. I know it's been amended at least once, probably twice, to make different tweaks to that ordinance. So I don't know what all you've seen, but some of what you've seen probably was what prompted changes to the ordinance to begin with, and then some of what maybe you've seen recently is is a result of ordinance changes that were made. So I'm not opining one way or the other, good, bad, indifferent. I'm just saying they're depending on what you've seen.
I think I'm thinking more like pool houses or something. Maybe the word dwelling is that mean?
And a close read of the ordinance as it stands today, and I don't remember the details, although I've looked at it in detail some years ago. As I recall, you can only have 2 out of 3 different types of, like, you can either have a restroom and a kitchen but no bedroom, or you can have a bedroom and a bathroom but no kitchen. Like, there's you can sort of pick your poison, but you can't have all of them that would constitute a dwelling.
Okay.
Is the way it stands today.
Okay.
Well, and a separate building is got a limit of 500 square feet, and it can't have a second story.
Okay.
But then the whole issue with, is it attached or not?
Sure.
And so then, we've got really loose requirements for whether or not it's really attached. If it's attached, then
Lots of
You
history
don't-
on this.
then you don't have any restrictions at all, because it's all part of the house, right? When it's really not part of the house, but
So you've seen some join with a roof, maybe a roof or a walkway to connect.
Yeah, it has to have a
Back in my
foundation
days as
and
a
a roof
policymaker,
together.
But it-
Sarah and I used to debate about this, but I'm not a policymaker anymore, so.
you put a breezeway in and go, oh, it's attached.
Well, when I read
But-
the regulation, it said the foundation had to be continuous, and then a roof line had to be continuous, so you could have a walkway with a,
So the recommendation from in this plan is to just make that a little more, I guess, or you
I
can
like
build more
Brooks'
things.
idea with the somewhat, because I do think that is what's reflected in the questionnaire. And I've had discussions with people, and just, I wasn't on the task force. Speaking for myself, when you're addressing the issue of the flooding and that type of stuff, it's how much impervious cover are we creating? If you have a smaller home and a smaller secondary dwelling unit, granny flat, that might very well provide less impervious cover than what's being built right now with lot line to lot, setback to setback to setback. But it really gets down to, that's not the only concern that one has with the granny flat. When you have a granny flat, yes, you may have built it for your aging person. The next resident that purchases it doesn't have that, and now it's a rental unit or whatever. Like, those things are going to evolve over time. So that's the kind of concerns that I have. But as far as the comprehensive plan, if we're just saying there is some support once again, back to the comprehensive plan, my understanding of it is it's a living document. It's setting out an intention. It's not setting out absolute set in stone, you can do this, you can't do that.
But if we adopt it, we also have to use it.
Right, but it's
And
an
it-
intention
and it-
rather than a mandate. Is that not true?
Well, except when the intention says allow accessory dwelling units on residential lots.
Well,
says
and
we
there
intend
is an
to-
option to strike that one.
Yeah.
Move to strike that language.
Well, I
Leave,
think-
leave just the description, you know, modify on page 24 to say, somewhat support accessory buildings, but take out the recommendation, the third recommendation on, at the bottom of page 25.
And that seems reasonable. I mean, because you haven't hit even the 50% threshold, so rather than saying residents support this, because we're not even at that majority mark, to say there's some support. I think that seems reasonable.
Yeah, I like that. So since Brooke won't make that recommendation, one of us needs to make that.
Well, since it was my idea,
Yes.
Okay, Sarah.
There we go.
I
That's
was,
what we're hoping for.
well,
Can I ask,
I didn't hear that.
can I ask a question about procedures? So like, if you wanna make this change, you make that, and do we have to vote on every single
well, that's what I was,
one
that's why I
sentence we wanna?
was gonna wait and see if there's anything else that anybody else has got concerns about that need to be addressed before we just say, I don't know that I'm ready to adopt the whole thing with just this change, if anybody else has.
My preference would be just for the record that we take them up individually, so on the record, we know exactly how to handle it, and make sure we get the
Okay.
right version. So yes, we would take any amendments to the document in individual motions,
Right.
and then I would entertain one motion on the overall document as written.
Okay.
That makes sense. I mean, there might be different votes on different provisions, so.
Right.
Sorry, my
That's
mic
fine.
was off. I was just gonna say, yes, we would take individual motions on amendments to the document, and then we would take one overall motion on the document as amended.
Okay, and then, does it just need 3 votes, or is there anything special about this?
3 votes.
Okay.
And the amendments would only take a simple majority as well. And
Okay, so I have a,
What
did you
should-
write a,
Make a motion?
okay.
No, this was just giving me the survey
Oh,
page
okay.
back.
I move to strike the recommendation on page 25.
On-
Under residential recommendations, allow accessory dwelling units on residential lots. And on page 24,
speak into the mic if you would, Sarah.
okay. Do I need to repeat that part?
I think we got it. We got that first one, yep.
Okay. And then on page 24, under citizen input on the future of Rollingwood, paragraph 2, where we say residents resoundingly oppose allowing short-term rentals within Rollingwood. And then, in this next phrase, say, but there is some support for allowing residents to build accessory dwellings.
A noble compromise.
I'll second it.
You have a motion from Ms. Hudson and a second from Ms. McKee. Do you, I would prefer not to restate all of that. Do you have it, Ms. Wayman? Is council clear on what you're voting on? Any further discussion? Not hearing none. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed say no. Ayes have it 5-0. Motion carries.
4-0. right? You abstained.
Did you?
I'm abstaining.
I'm sorry.
Yes,
Any abstentions? Ms. Brown, are you abstaining?
I'm abstaining.
4 ayes, no nays, 1 abstention. Motion carries. Okay. Any other motions?
We have the comments from the suggestions from the Planning and Zoning Commission.
Would you take us through those, Ms. Brown?
I would be glad to. The first recommendation was that with respect to the plan's recommendation that the council adopt dark skies lighting policies in connection with commercial development, the commission asks that the city also consider adoption of dark skies policies for residential properties and street lighting, as well as commercial properties. So the notion was that the planning and zoning likes the dark skies recommendation policy, dark skies policies for commercial, and wants to extend it to residential. And if the council were to agree with that, then I think we would add a bullet to that effect on page 26, right above the title Commercial Corridor Recommendations. And so that bullet would be the last bullet for the residential recommendations.
May I ask a question? Was that in the questionnaire to the citizens?
I'm sorry?
Was it in the questionnaire to the citizens?
No, it
survey
wasn't.
that was done?
It was not, that I recall. I think there was very little in the survey with respect to residential recommendations because of the limitations placed on the survey by the last council. Or
And-
the comprehensive plan by the last council.
And was it discussed by the task force at all?
No.
So I guess I would be uncomfortable adding it at this point, just adding it without that, because the representations have been made in the comprehensive plan about how this is the result of surveys and citizen input
Okay.
and task force meetings, and it wasn't discussed. It's certainly not something that couldn't be entertained going forward, but I'm not sure that that it's been fully vetted to include it in the plan.
Well, one thing that we had talked about before, and that concerns me with this, because there was a lot of work put into this plan, but the previous council put some severe restrictions on what could be considered. And so there was no consideration of residential impervious cover. That was prohibited from them to consider impervious cover restrictions in the residential area. And there was no real discussion on, to me, what I thought was one of the main things that we needed to be looking at was going through our building restrictions, because right now we're letting the builders and the speculators decide what Rollingwood's gonna look like. Because we have not gone through to address what is important to us to maintain. You know, people are complaining about the heights of the buildings and where do you measure it to, and an overhang, is that within the setback or not, and drainage issues, and there are all kinds of residential building issues that have not been considered. And so I think that it would be wise for us to adopt this with the intention expressed as we adopt it to amend this with additional discussion on those things. So the dark skies issue in the to me, the lighting in the residential area is another one of the things that we could go through and address all of those things that are concerns about, impacts on existing homes by what's being newly constructed, and the tree ordinance, and all of those things that people have been concerned about that we could add as an addendum to this. So we're not throwing this out. We are adopting it. We have a plan, but we acknowledge that there are additional areas that we need to address.
Yeah, I mean, I personally like the idea of the dark skies in residential, but I think you're right about if it wasn't discussed. I agree with you on that. Maybe in Sarah as well. Like we can come back and
Right.
and consider that later.
That, hearing, it seems like there will be no motion to move forward on item number 1 in the planning and zoning, other than to note it for further review later. I think number 2 is also addressed to residential properties.
Right.
So then we have, I would think you'd treat that the same, we'd hang on to it and discuss it when we discuss residential properties. Then items 3 is, or consideration number 3 is with respect to the plan's recommendation that the commercial C1 office and C2 retail zoning categories be combined. The commission asks that the council reconsider this recommendation where residential properties adjacent to office properties today could be negatively impacted by conversion of that office use to a retail use. The example given here was the properties along South Peak that back up to what are today office buildings. That would be, they could be negatively impacted. There was a proposal at one time to put a 7-Eleven where one of those office buildings is. And so there's concern about expanding those uses in that area, office buildings to retail use. And so what my recommendation, what I would offer as a way to incorporate this concern into the comprehensive plan would be to add a bullet to the commercial corridor recommendations at page 26. And the first bullet under commercial corridor recommendations is allow retail and office uses on all commercially zoned properties. I would strike all. On commercially zoned properties and encourage restaurant development where a restaurant or ad or retail use would not create a nuisance for adjacent residential properties. And then add and where residential properties are adjacent to office properties today and could be negatively impacted by conversion of that office use to retail uses dash extended hours, traffic, noise, smell, and related concerns being the primary considerations. Add that clause to the tail end of that first bullet.
So while council ponders that, I've just got an inquiry. So a couple of things. So did the task force, I assume that the task force, before they made that recommendation to combine those, did they not talk about this very issue?
We talked about it quite a bit, but we didn't consider the potential of that property along that backs up on South Peak. If you look at the other where C2 and C1 uses are designated today, there's not another C1 office space that isn't pretty close to a C2 space. You know, Chinatown, for example, is a restaurant in what is, it's a C2 zoned. The office space across on the south side of Bee Caves Road, there's mixed office space and retail space on the south side. Not a problem on the south side. There's not adjacent residential property. The only residential property there is Tremont, and it's kind of in its self-contained kind of area. So retail, converting any of those offices to retail would not be a problem. The same thing along Bee Caves Road until you get to the tail end. And we just didn't consider that one of those office building, with the impact that would have on the adjacent South Peak residents.
Somebody on P&Z used to live over there and was
Yes.
particularly familiar with
Right.
what the implications of that would be. And so brought that up as a concern.
Okay.
And I think that is consistent with what is recommended here, except for,
That
just
one's-
making sure that you consider what the impact would be on those, those particular properties down there, so. Was that a motion, Brooke?
She's not making a motion.
I'm not making a motion.
But
I'm
you-
just,
Okay.
I'm just offering a suggestion, but
Can
because I was on the task force,
Can
I'm
I-
not offering a suggestion.
It's a
I'm
fine
giving
line
language that would
you've
allow,
chosen.
I'm giving language that would allow the council, the other council members to adopt a motion should you choose to incorporate this consideration in the plan.
I
So
move
this-
what Brooke, what Councilmember Brown recommended or suggested.
You have a motion by Councilwoman Hudson. Is there a second?
Second.
You have a motion and a second by Mr. McDuffie. Ms. Wayman, do you have that as stated?
More or less, yes.
Okay.
I have it, I
And
have it in
I
red
will
line.
get with Ashley. We've
Okay.
done this routine, but.
We've done this
uh,
dance
I-
before.
And,
Yeah.
and we do have it recorded, but I want to make sure council is clear on what you're voting on. If you need it restated by Ms. Brown, we can do that. Yes, sir.
I have one question, but we're still recommending like one commercial zone then, combining them, but it's just now we're gonna have a commercial zone where we have these like little exceptions of like,
As I understand it, I'll let Ms. Brown delve deeper, but yes, I understand the motion to say that the recommendation still stands, but you've given some extenuating circumstances to consider in those instances.
Yes,
Is that fair?
yes.
Is there a way to put specific limitations on a zoning? So like if we just had commercial zoning, can you have,
I mean, all of this
Limitations?
would have, eventually has to come back.
This is,
Okay.
yeah,
This is just guidance on how to go about doing the
Right.
next thing. So,
okay.
this
We
language,
don't have to figure out all the nitty-gritty details
no.
at this point, so.
right.
Okay.
This language, what's intended is that this language, if the plan's adopted, then there would be probably, I would assume, direction from the council asking planning and zoning to take up these recommendations and consider, and come back to the council with
Bring them back.
appropriate zoning changes.
One at a time, I would suggest, but.
Or 2 or 3,
Maybe.
maybe.
But no, you do not
Yes.
have to figure out the details tonight.
Yeah,
You're establishing.
it's a guideline.
You're establishing the guardrails. Okay, you have a motion and a second. Everyone's clear on what it is. Is there further discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor say aye.
aye.
Opposed say no. Abstaining,
Abstain.
being 4 ayes, no nays, 1 abstention, motion carries. What next?
Okay, the concern number 4, has to do with commercial properties also. The commission asks that the council reconsider the plan's recommendation with respect to the safe harbor recommendation. That's the comprehensive plan at page 28, bullet titled Safe Harbor. That the zoning code permit the renovation and/or rebuilding of an existing commercial property if it was built in compliance with the existing code at the time it was built. The commission's concern is twofold. A, at the time of the discussion before the planning and zoning, the impervious cover percentages for existing tracts were not available. However, if existing properties have a greater impervious cover limit than would be permitted under the plan's recommendation, which increases the current code, the actual stated percentages in the current code, from 50% to as much as 65% if certain criteria are met. The example being a building built before the current code impervious cover limits were enacted or being given a variance from such standards. Then the safe harbor might discourage redevelopment meeting the updated standards as proposed under the plan, with the fix being to consider the safe harbor in light of existing and proposed impervious cover requirements and incentives to ensure that there are incentives to redevelop properties rather than accept the safe harbor. So there was a concern on one side that the safe harbor provision might, the existing impervious cover requirements associated with the current use might be greater than anything a new developer could get under the plan, and so they would be discouraged from coming under the plan. Then on the other side, there was concern that it would be appropriate to retain a safe harbor, but only if that safe harbor applied to fire, flood, or other act of God. So if a fire wiped out the Palisades could be rebuilt. On the other hand, if there was a new developer for the Palisades, they wanted to be sure that if the Palisades impervious cover limit was 70% as built today, then some consideration be given to that so as to encourage a developer to come into the plan's other parts of the program that would be helpful. So, in taking that into consideration, along with item number 5, which is the commission also asked the council to consider enhancing the increased impervious cover incentives so long as the same requirements as to stormwater runoff and landscaping are retained to encourage higher quality retail commercial development and positively impact walkability and diversity of walkable businesses in Rollingwood. So there are two things going on here. One is to enhance the Planning and Zoning Commission liked the notion of tying enhanced impervious cover limits to the incentives, which are greater stormwater retention, less runoff, other green, low impact ideas. If a little more, the consensus was if there's a little more, if there's a need to increase impervious cover limits to get redevelopment, then with the benefits of this new plan, then that should be considered. The problem being we never actually could get an accurate idea within the task force of what the existing impervious cover as built limits were. So, taking both of those together, if you were to want to adopt these notions, then I think what you would do would be on page 28 in the safe harbor provision, the existing safe harbor provision, you would add a clause limiting that to where rebuilding or renovation is necessary to fire, flood, or an act of God. So you could rebuild your same building if it were fire, flood, act of God. Then add a new provision that would be along the lines of what is in Planning and Zoning number 5, and I'll read it to you. The commission also asked the council to consider enhancing increased impervious cover incentives of commercial properties and redevelopment to the existing impervious cover percentages. So you would enhance increased impervious cover incentives of commercial properties and redevelopment to the existing impervious cover percentages where greater than permitted under this plan, so long as, and then the rest of the paragraph number 5. So it'd be a new bullet that would allow increased impervious cover incentives up to the existing as-built requirements. If those requirements if the as-built percentage was greater than what would be permitted under the plan, but only if the developer did the other incentives that were associated with the plan. And those incentives are what's in, if you want to actually read those, that's what's on page 27 under impervious cover. There'd be no increase in stormwater runoff. The plan meets all the TCEQ best practices. And there be stormwater management and water quality, mandatory stormwater management and water quality, enforcement of engineering certification, by engineering certification, both in the planning and as built. And then on the second bullet under impervious cover, you would have these other low impact development practices such as rainwater harvesting, bioretention, rain gardens, green roofs, infiltration, filter traps, strips, and the rest of those items. If you don't make any change, then what you have is the safe harbor, an increased impervious cover requirement from 50% up to 65% if you do the things that are on page 27 under impervious cover. So those are the options.
Is there any discussion about how a facility would increase the impervious cover but not increase the volume of runoff?
Yes. Basically, you'd have to find a way to retain that increased volume of water on the premises, either through reusing it on the premises, retention and reuse on the premises, these things that are under the second bullet.
Okay.
Yeah, just thinking here, I'm not sure I followed everything that you said, frankly. But it sounds like the safe harbor thing is like, well, one suggestion is just, well, the comment that the language that you suggested was just only allow safe harbor in case of the, fire, flood, an event of casualty of some sort. I didn't understand what the fifth bullet point was, that was at all. So I'm kind of like thinking, how is it, I mean, the plan has suggestion to allow increasing impervious cover up to a certain percentage 65%, but you have to do all these extra, you know, things to get there. Now, what happens? Like, I don't understand how the fifth one's different. What is the fifth bullet point there that they're talking? The commission also asked the council to consider enhancing increased impervious cover incentives. What is?
You-
What is that saying? They want it to be greater than 65%?
Are they asking that the incentives be increased
Yeah.
to get the
If
extra?
it's really, if
Oh.
necessary, yeah.
They want more incentives than what's,
Oh, okay. That's what it's reading. Okay,
that's what I'm thinking.
okay. Yeah.
That's
Then
my
I
best
understand.
guess.
Okay. Yeah, I didn't. Yeah, no, I'm not sure about that one.
But I'm not seeing the suggestions of what those would be.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And so I would say the options here would be to retain the current language, modify just the safe harbor provision to limit it to acts of God, flood, and fire, or add something to the effect, either, and I'm using the language that the Planning and Zoning Commission sent to us, but adopt something that says, if, that gives some consideration to, it's really, at this point, the concern on planning and zoning was speculative. If the current impervious cover requirements are higher than 65%, then they wanted to encourage compliance, yes. Encourage redevelopment and encourage, but we don't know that. You know, we didn't find a way on the task force to identify what the current impervious cover requirements are. We know what the current code is, but some of these buildings have pre-exist even the current code, so.
I mean, it seems reasonable to want new building. If you're gonna tear down and start over, it seems reasonable to ask for compliance with what we've got in place. And then in the exceptions of act of God, fire, and so forth, then you
Right.
could rebuild on the same plan. And in terms of the incentives, perhaps the language could be such that it says something to the effect of, at a minimum, the incentives would include. So you're sort of setting a baseline, and then there might be some, going forward, there might be some additional incentives that people come up with, because I'm not
Mhm.
aware of what P&Z may have had in mind, but it seems reasonable that there might be more incentives
Or
to get more impervious cover.
meaning additional, more incentives, meaning other kinds of benefits. Yeah.
Other things that they would offer up in order to get the increased, you know, the
Mhm.
15% increased impervious cover, which is a pretty big increase.
And it's in line with what's in the Westlake Code as well. And it's in line with what is in the Travis County Code for unincorporated areas as well. So that's where the impervious cover, the 50 to
Those numbers
65%,
Right.
where that came from.
So I'm just want to make sure that they're not saying that we want to be able to come up with these extra incentives that if they did this extra stuff, we'd give them an extra 5% up to 70 or something. I mean, 65 is like
The max.
the max, right?
That's how I'm reading it,
Okay,
but
yeah.
as I say, it's
There
not
was a
business.
There was not a vote in the planning and zoning, and there was some divergence of opinion. So, again, being the scribe, I was trying to reflect the thoughts they wish to send to the council.
I don't know. I feel like I'm kind of leaning towards just leave it the way it is and move on. But unless someone else wants to,
Well, I'm leaning toward adding the language about fire, flood, or act of God to the safe harbor clause, correct? But
I am also.
the rest of it,
Seems like a lot to bite off here at the 11th and a half hour.
I'm sorry?
I said it seems like a lot to bite off here at the 11th and a half hour,
yeah.
Mhm.
but we'll print it up however y'all want. But I am in the market for a motion, or not. Happy to move on.
Well, my question is, the strike force, when they were meeting and discussing this and made this decision to recommend safe harbor, regardless of act of God, fire, et cetera, what was the thinking behind that?
Basically that, if you, it wouldn't make the situation any worse than it was currently. And if there were a claim by a property owner, existing property owner, that these new requirements were too onerous, then that existing property owner could rebuild what they had currently. That was the notion.
When I was watching it, it seemed like there was concern that
It was a
they didn't want to
it was a
lose
compromise.
value of their
Yeah.
existing property. Like basically it's retaining the
Same
perceived,
footprint.
right, well, or yeah, like
Mhm.
not giving up. Like basically allow us to rebuild whatever we had before, because we're back to Brooke's point, we're not making it any worse than what exists right now.
Mhm.
Like to just
You know,
retain their
what they
value.
would be giving up if you don't put, what they would be giving up, in other words, an existing property owner rebuilding to the current footprint wouldn't have the benefit of the increased setbacks
Right.
that are under this proposal. So there are some other incentives that exist that would encourage that developer not to come into the new plan. But the safe harbor was there because there was a feeling on the strike force that they needed to allow a builder to, or a current owner to rebuild to the current as-built requirements if there were, their building was destroyed.
Which I would say is under fire, flood, or act of God is in the city's best interest to at least give them that option. Otherwise, they're just,
Oh, absolutely.
then you've got a wrecked building that stays wrecked, right? So.
Your thoughts, Sarah?
I agree that if there is something out of their control that happens, that they should be able to build back what they have already. This is not one of my items of highest concern, so.
Does anyone want to? I think the mayor's asking for a motion
Yeah.
or move on.
Trying to create one.
He's like, he's like, I had a birthday off.
Sarah had a motion, or
Whatever you want to do, council. I'm open to any motion or not. Any direction.
it's page 27.
And
I'm not in a while. Think we're moving it.
Oh, there it is.
you know, I think
Have a somewhat perfected document in front of you, though, or still happy to have an overall motion if you're so inclined.
Motion to approve the comprehensive plan.
As amended?
As amended.
You have a motion to adopt the comprehensive plan as amended. Is there a second?
Second.
You have a motion by Councilman Robinson and a second by Councilwoman Hudson. Is there further discussion? Hearing none, you have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. Any abstaining? One abstention. There being 4 ayes, no nays, 1 abstention. Abstention is, Councilwoman Brown is abstaining. Motion carries. With that, we will move on to agenda item number 10. This is Ms. Brown's agenda item. I'll recognize Ms. Brown.
Well, I'll give a short report. The appointees to the Rollingwood Mopac South Expansion Task Force have been sworn in. They met on April 12th and received an overview from Biggerstaff, Heath, and Smiley, and had a discussion about where the city stood with respect to Campo and what the file comments have been. I think we have a very active and engaged group. And the next step is the mayor will call an organizational meeting. So I just think we keep this on our agenda so that people know we're covering this project and what's happening.
So the update from there, and I do want to come back to a standing agenda item. I think council may have a thought on that, but we did have an organizational meeting. I think it went very well, as Councilwoman Brown mentioned. Following that meeting, we did send the task force a link to view the last CTRMA board meeting on April 25th. There was some informative discussion there, specifically around the Barton Skyway Ramp Relief Project. That is not associated with the Mopac South project. However, it is a part of the overall footprint that we as Rollingwood residents are interested in. So got them up to speed on that. There has been some indication from CTRMA that they will likely go back out for public comment with new recommendations that are reflective of the Campo 2045 plan. So that was informative, and I have already reached out to external representatives of CTRMA and plan on making contact with Executive Director Bass and asking him to, I'd like to have a meeting with him, and then I'm also going to invite him to come have a discussion and an update, either himself or his staff, with our task force. So I'll keep you up to date on that. Happy to bring this back on a continuing basis. I think I would shy away from a standing agenda item. We used to do those a lot in days gone by, but I think council has recommended that we not do that for public posting reasons. I can let you opine on that.
My only concern with a standing item is that the Open Meetings Act requires you to give enough notice to the public so that they know if they want to show up at the meeting. And if you have a standing item, they never know whether they have to show up or not, because this happens all the time. Well, we don't have anything to say. And so it's better just to put it on there when you know that you're gonna have an update.
That said, I will say I have already put a standing calendar item on my calendar every few months to remind myself to schedule a meeting of the task force. So it will be showing up on my my calendar that I'll visit with Ms. Wayman about. We'll make sure and do that. But my next job is to reach out to Mr. Bass and try to get some sort of communication going, which has already occurred in the past, in fairness to past council members and past CTRMA leadership. That communication has happened in the past, but I have not engaged in that. Our task force has not engaged in that, and so we're going to re-up that here shortly. And if Ms. Wayman would remember to add that to our little rolling to-do list, would be great. Any other questions, comments, anything on agenda item number 10? Hearing none, we will move on to, well, as a reminder, we've already done agenda item number 11. We will move on to agenda item number 12, a report from staff and discussion of possible action regarding the city's policy as to designation of no parking zones and repainting of existing no parking zones. This is Ms. Brown's agenda item. I'll recognize Ms. Brown and then recognize Chief Brady.
Well, what we, at the last meeting, we asked if Chief Brady could address our existing no parking zones, other parking issues, and he's here tonight and looks ready to go. So we welcome your comments.
Thank you, Councilwoman. So my team and I analyzed pretty much the whole city. Also got some valuable feedback from Councilwoman Brown, reference some locations that she had noted. And of course, given the geography or topography of being in the hill country region and the way they, I was looking at criteria of visibility, hills, curves, and I mean, that's almost a majority of the city. So, I mean, I think we need to be realistic in what we designate as a no parking area, and make sure that a lot of this is driven, I think the genesis of this is the construction. And so I want to make sure that also we're not, creating a permanent solution to a temporary problem or creating unintended consequences, because obviously things that are streets that we're not noticing right now could be problematic down the road, and ones that we're having a lot of problems with at the moment, we'll forget about that as those vehicles move on. So having said that, in addition to the roughly half a dozen no parking areas that are already authorized, there are additional no parking areas that aren't marked but exist in state law. So we have 86 authorized stop signs in the city. That's 2,580 feet of prohibited parking for each. We have 91 fire hydrants. That's 2,730 feet of prohibited
Wow.
parking. So given that, I would not recommend a great deal of additional restricted parking in the street. If you check out Westlake, I drove extensively through there. There's virtually no parking, and they're identical to us. In fact, their streets are in many cases narrower. If I was pressed to pick a couple locations, I would. Two I did note are quite, I think, pose potential risks, and that would be the 4800 block of Timberline, particularly those lower block numbers where it starts at the 4800. There you have a street that's both a hill, a curve, and it's unexpectedly narrow, because when you're traveling further down Timberline, it's relatively wide, and then all of a sudden it gets narrow, it curves, and it has a hill. I would suggest we look at that as a no parking area on both sides of that street. And additionally, I would look at Ashworth, because you have a street now that is open from Stratford, basically from the city of Austin coming in. And it's, unlike Riley, which is relatively straight and has multiple stop signs along the way, This proceeds down a hill and then at a strange angle. So I would recommend on the stop sign side of the road, maybe we consider that as no parking. So those were some of the thoughts I had on that. The other thought, just kind of a random thought, was if we wanted to, we could also paint curbs where those fire hydrants are or those stop signs. And I think a lot of times those get encroached on and people don't realize, what 30 feet is. There's no, and it would take I don't believe it would take any act of creating an ordinance or anything like that, because those are already mandated in the state law. You would just be demonstrating where those lines are, and I think that'd be helpful to the public, and that'd also be helpful to my officers to see, visually where that is if somebody has, in fact, parked in that area.
So what are those distances around
So
fire hydrants and
on the
stop
approach to
signs?
a stop sign, it's 30 feet, and the way it's written for a fire hydrant, it's 15 feet on either side, so it's 30 feet. And there are some jurisdictions that paint that or designate it, and some don't. It's not required by law, but it would just, I think you'd see a lot more visually. And the beauty of that too is you don't need signage or anything. Anytime we would create a no parking area, now some homeowner's gonna have signage in front of their house, so that's also a consideration. But with, if you're going to do stop signs or fire hydrants, I don't think there's anything we have to do beyond just painting it.
And how many fire hydrants do we have?
We have 91 in the city.
And how many stop signs?
We have authorized 86 stop signs.
That's a lot of
yellow paint.
yellow paint.
Yeah, and it's not necessarily something we need to do everywhere, but if we got an area that's problematic, that's an easy solution that doesn't require, I think, a whole lot of legislation on your part, so to speak. It's just something we could do if we felt. All you're doing is providing a visual notice to the public that, hey, that's where that begins. I mean, obviously there's like dead ends and things where that's not going to be a problem, So just a suggestion.
So there's no limitation at corners unless there's a stop sign there?
The stop sign is what, you can't park in the intersection itself, but no, there's not. And, unless there's a crosswalk.
I saw some of that this last week.
Yeah, unless you have a properly marked, you can't just say, well, that's a crosswalk.
Yeah.
It's got to be properly marked. You got to have crosswalks, and there's different, there's things, and I don't know what that is, but there's something referred to as a safety zone. But other than that, there's nothing. Really, the stop sign is what designates that. So if you're coming to a T intersection and you have a stop sign at that, bottom part, then that's no parking by law. But when you get next to it, there's not a lot of.
So around the corner from the stop sign,
Right.
there's no distance.
No.
It's just the approach to the stop sign, that
Correct.
30-foot approach. And just to be clear, we don't need to put up signage in addition to the yellow curb saying no parking or.
Not if if we're creating a brand new no parking area, it's going to require an authorized sign.
Right.
And I don't even know that the painting of the curb is what's required. It's the signage and the ordinance to back it. But if we're going to just paint curbs because, hey, this is kind of a tricky area, you know what? It's already legal because there's a stop sign or because there's a fire hydrant. Let's just put that visual reminder. I don't believe that would require
I think
any
that
action.
would be a good idea.
Sure.
The problem that was sometimes happens still on Park Hills is that there's not enough parking for all of the construction, so they're parking in places that make it unsafe. And the size of the trucks block the stop sign and block visually getting around.
Yeah.
Visually the other traffic coming on the T Street.
Mm-hmm.
But I think that would, I think the two recommendations you have with respect to 4800 Timberline and Ashworth are good recommendations.
Yeah.
plus the repainting. If
And it looks like that's begun already, some of that.
I saw some bright yellow paint. The other issue I have, I looked at the ordinance, and I think it, on Nixon Drive, it covers the west curb between Nixon, on Nixon between Gentry and Park Hills, but the east curb has the signage, and it's not in the ordinance.
Correct.
So do we need to amend the ordinance to add the east side?
Correct.
Okay. And then I think the paint's almost entirely gone on the curbs on Hatley between Wallace and Ashworth.
Yeah, and maybe you guys have more historical knowledge when the last time those were painted and get an idea of how long that lasts.
I think it's been
So-
a long
I
time.
know we painted them when I was there.
So,
A long time ago.
all these
years
things
ago.
in section 32 through 38, these are already no parking zones
These are the
currently?
no parking zones that Rollingwood has designated by ordinance over and above the stop signs and the
Right.
fire hydrants.
And do these have yellow curbs currently?
They're supposed to.
No.
And
No, they don't.
Not all of them.
it's all faded. Most of it's pretty faded.
To be enforceable, all they need is the signage, but, you know, I think
Well, I mean,
I think people see the yellow curb more than they see the sign.
They do.
I would think so. I had some, I don't know if it's appropriate, I had some questions about some of these.
I would suggest you do that under the next item. This is a staff briefing only.
Okay.
And so I'm not sure what the next item is, whether we're gonna talk about these together and then take action, or what would,
You can, you may take any action regard to this staff, any of these staff recommendations.
okay.
You'll have an opportunity to amend 32, 38 on the next item.
Okay, I would recommend we add additional no parking. I move that the council adopt an ordinance that adds no parking zones on both sides of the 4800 block of Timberline and on Ashworth at the Hill. I don't have an address for that. At the,
Well, as you approach Hatley,
And we'll have to bring an ordinance back anyway, so if you.
yeah, I mean, there'd
if
have
you-
to be some
If you make this
measurements.
motion and it passes, we'll find all of that out from chief and get with council and bring an ordinance back.
okay. Then my motion would be that we add the additional no parking on Timberline and on Ashworth as described by Chief Brady, and that we paint, and we do that by ordinance. And then I'll have a second motion.
You have a motion, council, is there a second?
Second.
Oh,
You have a motion for Councilwoman Brown, a second by Councilwoman Hudson. Is there further discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor say aye.
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 Opposed say no.
No.
There being 4 ayes, 1 no, motion carries.
I would also, as a second motion, I would recommend that we designate the east curb of Nixon Drive between Gentry Avenue and Park Hills as a no parking area. And we already have no parking signs there, but it's not in our ordinance, and I think we clean up our ordinance to do that.
You have a
To
motion?
add it.
Go ahead.
Which one? Ginger?
On the east side of Nixon, between Gentry and Park
Okay, yeah,
Hills.
Second.
You have a motion and a second.
Wait.
Let's have some further discussion.
Or on
Back
the
up.
east, did I say that correctly? On the
Well, you
east side
said-
of Nixon, between Gentry and Park Hills.
Yeah, but Gentry is
Yeah,
all the
but
way up
Gentry is all the way
here,
up here.
and we have parking along in front of City Hall. So to me, it should be from Pickwick to Park
Yeah,
Hills.
that would
From-
be my suggestion as well.
From Pickwick to Park Hills. Okay?
Let's, would you like to amend the motion?
Yes. amend the motion to designate the east curb of Nixon Drive between Pickwick and Park Hills as no parking area.
You have a
Second.
motion, is there a second?
Second.
You have a motion from Councilwoman Brown, a second from Councilwoman Hudson. Is there further discussion? I would just say, this is a mistake that I encountered, and we have started this, you may notice, and we're talking about it again, but our new Public Works Department is doing a great job. We've started repainting these curbs. We're doing it the right way. Literally, it took us 3 days to prep the curb to start the painting on this round, and we'll be doing that on these. We'll talk more about that in a minute. But did notice that this one was a problem because it is marked and it is not in the ordinance, which makes it technically unenforceable. So that's the discussion. You have a motion, you have a second. Any other discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor say aye.
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 Opposed say no. Being 5 ayes, no nays, motion carries.
And then the third motion is that we paint in yellow the no parking area with respect to fire hydrants and stop signs. As outlined, the 15 feet on either side of the fire hydrant and the 30 feet approaching a stop sign.
My understanding was Chief Brady was saying only in those areas that he felt it was a problem. Is that?
Well, I mean, it's a massive, probably even for our little city, that's a massive undertaking. But yeah, I think as we see problems, those are areas that we can address. Was kind of my thought, but
Right.
That would be my.
yeah,
preference.
I don't know
Right.
that our city staff could handle.
Yeah,
that.
like I said, just
Is that a
this
lot?
project that we're undertaking, just what we've done here is taken 3 days. So this entire, what's on this paper is gonna take quite some time, so.
Well, I'm just trying to define what it is we're gonna undertake to repaint.
I understand. I'm just in charge of the paint bucket, so I'll paint whatever you tell me
Well,
to.
and we
but-
might take a look at those areas that are most problematic and prioritize the areas, I mean.
With respect to stop signs and fire hydrants?
And,
No, like
and,
the
and
Hatley
anything,
Hill.
and, yeah, and anything that's currently painted yellow.
Oh, I'm
Already, but,
I'm already on that.
okay,
That's under control. We've already got it.
okay, the stuff is already gone,
We are moving and grooving.
okay. Cause I'm thinking there's a lot of swim meets between now and the end of,
Yes. And it will, honestly, it did take us a while on this one because it was so overgrown and the vegetation was, the dirt, anyway, it was a mess.
yeah.
It will pick up, the pace will pick up once we get past that, especially over around the pool and those areas. There is no vegetation.
Right,
It'll be quick. The spray paint, we're literally sanding it, scraping it, power washing it, prepping it, painting it. So it'll look good and be done right. And they're getting quicker at it.
right.
Yeah, it'll probably last longer.
It's gonna last longer. We're spraying it so that we get a better coat, a better finish, so.
But what is it that's gonna be painted? Are we just
Everything.
these designated,
What's on the four corners of this page?
okay.
Exactly what's in 3238, which is why I gave you all an opportunity in the next posting to amend it.
Well, here's the concern. In addition to that, for example, on Park Hills at the stop sign, where that tees into Rollingwood Drive, there is repeated illegal parking within the 30 feet of the stop sign there.
Yeah, and if y'all want to give me if you want to give a motion that says for Public Works, for me to work with Public Works, to work with the chief in those problem areas to paint, that's fine, we can do that.
Like a work order.
Yeah.
Yeah, and some of those.
I think what Chief is saying is, and I wholeheartedly agree, just don't put it on us to paint every single stop sign in the entire city.
Okay, all right, then,
We will, I've already got them lined out on your street.
That's what I don't understand what's been lined out. Just this, or is there additional,
No, just
what's in 32,
everything that's in 3238.
Okay.
Because to be clear, these are the no parking, other than what's in state statute, which I'm happy to go around.
Well,
and-
that's.
I get it, I understand, and I'm happy to entertain a motion that says in those problem areas around stop signs and where there could be obstruction of a fire hydrant, I'm happy to paint those.
Let's talk about fire hydrants, because we haven't talked about that.
Okay.
Because they're, for example, on Gentry, where there's current construction going on, there are 2 fire hydrants. And they're blocked they're blocked from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. every day of the week.
Well, that doesn't require it to be painted yellow to enforce, right?
Correct.
So that to me is an enforcement issue. That's not a painting the curb issue.
All right.
And if we are concerned that we have safety hazards because people are parking where they shouldn't, then maybe we just need to ask that the parking
Yeah.
issues be enforced.
So,
Especially for those two, go
Yeah.
ahead, Chief, sorry.
so certainly you should see in the stats, we have increased tremendously in not just our traffic enforcement, but our parking enforcement. So that is ongoing. And we do have some newer officers that may not know where every 91 fire hydrants are, especially when there's a big truck in front of it. And that, I think, goes to where maybe if there
That's
was
what I'm concerned
some
about.
paint, hey, this is a problem, why don't we paint this one? And then, then the officers see, well, there's yellow paint there, the construction workers see it. It's more visual, not that we wouldn't enforce it or that's a requirement to enforce it, but it just adds an extra visual cue in some of those spots where we're already having problems. And the way I envisioned this was not we're going to do every fire hydrant or stop sign, but if you as a council or other citizens bring something to my attention and in conjunction with city leadership, we determine, we'll knock that out. I don't think we need, a council action for each location. It's a tool we can use, I think, at our discretion.
Okay.
If that makes sense.
So with respect to fire hydrants and stop signs, we just notify you if we think there's a problem and you can check it out and
Correct.
identify. Okay. All right.
Cool.
Sounds good.
Thank you, Chief.
Okay.
And before we exit agenda item, what are we on, 12? 12.
We're on 14.
Did you entertain anything on Ashworth? I've lost track.
We
did.
passed a motion to bring back an ordinance designating Timberline and Ashworth
Okay.
as
4800
additional no
block.
parking zones.
I knew the Timberline, I missed the Ashworth. Okay.
Okay,
Okay, great. With that, we will move on from agenda item number 12 and pull up agenda item number 13. Discussion and possible action to amend section 3238 of the city's Code of Ordinances. So this is still a continuation of the discussion we are just having, and I just wanted to give council an opportunity, and this hits on what I was just saying. We have been working with Public Works. I'm just laying this in front of you. If you are so mind to change or amend any of this, I'm going to take council at your word that you're familiar with the code, that you've had a chance to drive the city and look at it, that the administration of the code as it's always been administered, that's my concern. I will tell you, it has not been administered as written on this sheet. So if y'all want to change it, you're welcome to change it. Otherwise, I'm going to, in the next, hopefully 30 days, if I can get it done by then, start administering this no parking code exactly the way it's written.
okay, so I have some questions. And I guess we'll just go down the list, but I'm wondering why number 2 with the Bettis Boulevard, just that one little block of Bettis Boulevard? Is that because across from that there is a trail entrance?
Yes, that's my understanding, is that is why that is. There's a problem with this one, in my opinion, and with council's, and that is that to set it 1/2 hour after sunset and 1/2 hour before sunrise.
How are you enforcing that, Chief?
That is an extremely
Right.
Correct.
difficult enforcement.
Right.
And I think we would recommend you
Amend it
change
to
that,
just,
just pick a time.
Well, is there a reason why we even need to have it? No parking there?
I think it's probably what Phil has said.
I think, well, if,
And they are currently painted. They are marked and painted currently. I don't see a problem with having them.
The proper one is faded, and I think going across is the neighbor taking the liberty
I think
to
it,
create their own.
but well done.
But I don't know if that side of the road is,
It is. It's yeah.
well, there's no signage there, so it wouldn't be enforceable.
Actually, there is signage. It's
Is there?
it's hanging on. I thought the same thing, and then it's actually hanging on the telephone pole.
If it's not 24 hours a day, no parking, can you paint it yellow? Because
yeah, that kind of makes,
The
that,
painting is,
that kind of makes it.
the painting is not even legally required. So that's, you know, that's a policy decision, what you want to paint, what you don't want to paint. What's
Okay.
important is that you have an ordinance that says where the no parking zone is, and then you have a sign that clearly marks where the no parking zone is and when the no parking when parking is prohibited. So technically, we should have a sign that says no parking from sunrise to sunset between these two signs. Of course, that's impossible to enforce, honestly. It
Because-
changes
right.
day to day.
right. So you would have either hours, and I think the intention of this, Sarah, is there's a trailhead there, and then there's kind of an abandoned overlook area that tends to be somewhat of a hangout kind of deal. Right, for sunrises and sunsets,
Amateur guitar.
and nighttime activities of all
Right.
sort. And I think for those people living there, and also was thinking maybe this might even be overflow for Zilker clubhouse activities too. That
That's
type
kind of
thing.
what I think you, yes, yeah.
So I think it's reasonable, but I guess to get to the point, we would have to say like 6 p.m. to 6 a.m. or
That's what I
whatever.
think the easier thing to do is, but
Something like that. Also, it's going to be a nice neighborly thing to do to our former council member.
correct. Yeah. No, I think we ought to keep it, but
Yeah.
yeah, the only problem I see with two is that the timing issue. And we can very easily get different signage that is more specific.
Right. So, I'll make a motion that we amend item number 2 to, I don't know. I would need to know how early can sunset be, but
If you want to do it simple, we'll have to bring this back in an ordinance anyway. If you want to just say,
to set hours.
set hours.
Set hours.
Yeah.
Right. So I would just amend number 2 to be set hours to make for clarity's sake.
You have a motion, council. Is there a second?
Second.
You have a motion from Councilman McDuffie, a second from Councilwoman Brown. Further discussion. Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say no. Being 5 ayes, 0 nays, motion carries.
Okay. I've got another concern about
Let's just keep on trucking. What you got?
item number 9.
Yes.
Rollingwood Drive, going all the way down from Riley to our city limits.
Ding, 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 ding. You win the prize.
I know people that park there. Also, that street is a little bit wider. So I don't think, I think this one doesn't need to exist, in my opinion, but.
So I will leave it open to council for discussion. I will say your colleague has found the Easter egg. And I would add to that, reading 7, 9, and 10 together makes it especially interesting.
Yeah.
But yes, what you point out is true. There is no signage and there is no yellow paint currently on Rollingwood Drive from Riley all the way down to where the jurisdiction ends. And all of that is technically no parking as designated by this ordinance.
Right.
And so,
But the verbiage is during events.
nope.
No, it's not. Oh, sorry.
It's no
that
parking,
may be-
it's no parking always, but tow away for special events.
Right.
Okay, I see how you're reading it.
Well, the only part of this that I have a concern about is the approach to the stop sign where Timberline intersects with Rollingwood Drive.
Right, and we dealt with that with the cones, allowing the cones.
Well, the cones are an
And-
eyesore for that family, and they don't really work that well because they get
And
moved.
just to be clear, reading 7, 9, and 10 together means, and I understand, the cones at this point are a moot point, because reading 7, 9, and 10 together means that entire block
Yeah.
is no parking.
Which block?
From Riley to Timberline, all the way right back around to Rollingwood Drive and back up to Riley. That entire block is technically, as written here, a no parking zone.
With the only portion of that where I've had a concern is that approach to, on Rollingwood Drive on the south curb as it approaches Timberline. As it approaches Timberline.
Right.
Because of the stop sign above and the runway to Mopac below. Rollingwood becomes a runway to Mopac there. And if you're on Timberline, the visual back up either way to the more higher speed traffic along there is difficult. So I would recommend if there's an amendment to the treatment of Rollingwood Drive, that we retain the no parking on the approach 30 feet ahead of where the south curb, 30 feet ahead of where Timberline intersects Rollingwood Drive.
You just want to do it just for that,
But you could
basically
just-
where we have the cones right now? Or all the way up to Riley?
You could just do Riley to there.
Right.
Or Riley from, would you
Riley
be
down to
saying the south
Timberline.
curb of Rollingwood from Riley to Timberline?
Right.
That entire block?
It would be yes, it would just be
That's
that
right.
one. Right now, it's all four corners, all four
Yeah.
sides of the square.
I understand.
And so, I mean, I'll do it however y'all want to do it, but yet you can, the easiest.
I think that would be easy from Riley to Timberline on the south curb.
So is that a motion?
But do we retain the language about, for this portion of Rollingwood Drive as a no parking and tow away when there's a special event?
Yes, I would say.
Well, we have whole different requirements for.
Correct.
Austin city limits, so it doesn't seem like we need to have this in here.
I'm guessing this predates your current permitting scheme,
Right.
is my guess, so it
100%.
may not be needed.
That's exactly what I guess.
So, it's like, to me, we can just eliminate 7 and,
7, 9, 10, and then
and then just, well,
And having,
and then
tweak
introduce the
9,
Tweak 9.
but
Yeah.
eliminate 7 and 10.
yep,
That is what I think you should do,
yep,
if I were being asked.
I agree. So somebody.
I think you're going to get far fewer screaming constituents at you if you do that.
All right.
Yeah.
So I will make a motion that we strike 7 and 10 and modify 9 to only restrict or make no parking from Riley down to Timberline on the south side of Rollingwood Drive.
You have a motion, is there a
Second
second?
it.
You have a motion with Councilman Duffy, you have a second with Councilwoman McKee. Is there further discussion?
Just to make sure I'm clear, so the way all these are written together, that whole thing, like, okay, and what we're saying is we're gonna kind of clean that up and just make that one stretch
That
between
one's good.
Riley and Timberline on Rollingwood Drive and south.
Yeah.
Okay,
Correct.
okay.
And if I'm getting correct, we're gonna be painting yellow and we need to put up no parking signs, which I hope aren't gonna tick off the neighbors.
Yeah,
Too bad.
and I will go, yes, and I agree, and I hope that you're right. We will probably phase these. We're gonna do this, the ones that have been done. We'll probably go ahead and put the signs up before we start slinging paint. And so you'll have a little time to
maybe
determine
adjust.
whether you've made a good decision or
Yeah.
not.
Sounds good to me. I don't wanna make anybody mad.
Because there is that new house going in right there on the corner. And
Correct.
I'm kind of, and it used to, I mean, it looks like it's going to be facing Riley Road, the entrance, but I imagine that if I had that house, I might want to have space for my guests to park if I ever have a party. So one other option is to not do the whole, or maybe half of it, but I don't know how you
Well-
specify that.
And what I would say is, well, y'all
Yeah.
do it however you want. You vote however you want. You will have another bite at this apple because we're gonna take all of this and bring it back to you in an ordinance next month. Public Works will be working on what is already in stone. We got plenty of work to keep us busy in the meantime, and then we'll come back. Y'all will make your final adjustments to 3238.
Okay.
And then, so you have time to go look at it, see if you think
I think
half
that's
is
good.
better.
Al-
I think that's good.
I just want, since we're in discussion, the reason why I'm saying from Riley up to Timberline, I understand about that house, but if a car is parked in front of that new house being constructed, if you're trying to turn off Timberline, your line of sight is then obstructed, and it's a safety issue. I mean, people fly from that stop sign down.
I think it would be a good research project for you two council members. One, both get in your vehicles. One, go to the
Like
stop
bumper
sign.
cars.
One, go park where, and see what you can see.
And do it both ways.
And do it both ways.
Right.
You've got 30 days to
Alright.
embark on that scientific study.
Okay.
Okay, so you have a motion, you have a second. There has been discussion. Is there any more discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. Being 5 ayes, no nays, motion carries. Okay, that's got that, that's got that, that's got that. While we're doing this, hold on. Let's get that, let's get that, let's get that. All right, you fixed the Nixon Drive on the last one. I would ask for your indulgence in looking at number 4. And Give me a minute to remember what was wrong with it. Okay, skip that. But what I'm going to tell you, I don't need a motion for it, but I'm going to give you full warning. There is a problem on this number 4 on Gentry, and the problem is we have painted and marked a portion of the street that is not covered by these words.
Mm.
I do not remember the details of that, other than to say I know that that's the problem. So I'm giving you fair warning that when I bring this back to you, it will have a change to 4 that will address that, and then we can talk more about it at that time. Similarly, I will either entertain a motion or I will just tell you what I'm going to bring back to you, and that is on number 3, Edgegrove Drive. I don't understand why it was done this way, but on the east curb of Edgegrove Drive between Bee Cave Road and extending 625 feet toward Timberline Drive. Okay, that's one way to do it. And then the other way to do it is on B, on the west curb of Edgegrove Drive between Bee Caves Road and Southcrest Drive. So just so you know, B only goes to Southcrest Drive, but it's marked and painted the rest of the way up to Rollingwood Drive.
Mm.
Aren't both sides of?
A goes from Bee Caves Road, 625 feet, which is just kind of in the middle of, in between two. It's just no rhyme or, it's not, it's
So
past,
it should go to
Didn't
South
work.
it's
Crest,
past
or should
Grove,
it-
yeah, and it goes past Southcrest, it goes past
or
Grove
to
Court.
Timberline.
It stops between Grove Court and Timberline. But it's marked and painted all the way to Rollingwood Drive.
Well, and on, do people, is it generally, no, people observe the the way
Yeah,
it's marked?
everybody observe it because everyone thinks that it's,
And
And we've-
I'm where I'm going, and I'm so tired I can't talk. The comprehensive plan and a lot of discussion have been to encourage mobility and trails along that part of Edgegrove. So I think maybe we amend it so that we make it consistent with how it's currently marked.
that would be the motion that I would encourage you to make.
Great.
And I'll bring it back
Great.
conforming to the way the way everyone thinks it is.
Good.
So if you want to make that motion,
No,
or I'll just do it that way,
yeah,
and then we can talk about it.
I'm just clarifying.
Okay, so unless there's a problem with that, that's what you're gonna see next month.
Sounds good.
Okay. I think, so that's that one, that's that one. That's that one. Fixed all that. And just for good measure, I may fix 11 also, just because it is worded really funky. But it will do the same thing. Okay, anything else? Agenda item number 13. All right, hearing none, moving on past agenda item number 13, moving on to agenda item number 14, discussion and possible action on ordinance requiring residential construction fences. This is an item that you've had before you on a couple of occasions. I have brought it back to you tonight with some of the changes that were discussed in the last council meeting, making some accommodations for fire hydrants, making some accommodations for wastewater lift stations. Also took it upon myself to add in, after building official, which is the way it was worded before, I added or the city's designee, just to kind of cover our bases. And I think those were the main things. Do with it what you will, council. I've given you my best shot at what I think the correct wording should be. I will pause for a minute and let council give you your options related to a public hearing possibly being required.
So, your authority to regulate this type of activity is gonna be through the building codes, and state law requires you to hold a public hearing prior to making local amendments to the building codes. And so we would just need to open this up for a public hearing before we adopt it.
Do we not also have to post that we're having a public hearing?
No, it just says you have to have a public hearing. It doesn't require any posting.
Well, that doesn't really seem to be very effective.
Well, I mean, if you think about it, everything we have posted on here, when you give the opportunity to the public to give us, to say something, is technically a public hearing, because the citizens have the right to speak on it. It's weird that it does require public hearings now, but it's antiquated because that was before the Texas Open Meetings Act was changed to require governmental bodies to give the citizens an opportunity to speak. Prior to that, you were not required to give the citizens an opportunity to speak. So the requirement of a public hearing was to ensure that the citizens had a right to speak. Now it's really sort of a moot point. But the statute itself does not state that you have to have a notice for a public hearing in a paper or anything like that. You just have to have a public hearing. So. Now, that said, we can put it on a future agenda and post it for a public hearing if you choose. I'm just saying it's not required.
It has been on 3 agendas. And the public hearing would go pretty quickly tonight, I think.
Well, I had a question about the language, which is, I'm back to my point of there may be lots where putting up the fencing prior to demolition may be difficult or more onerous. Is this language kind of because of the building official or city's designee, like, would they be able to make a judgment call as to exactly when the fencing gets put up? Like, as soon as demolition gets done, then you throw the fencing up shortly thereafter or anything like that?
I'm sorry, Councilman. Restate the question.
I'm wondering if this has, for lack of a better, some discretion allowed to the.
Yes, the discretion is built in here where we have that flexibility.
Okay.
Yes.
My only concern with this is number 1, where we say no less than 6 feet in height. We require a building permit to install a fence that's higher than 6 feet in height. So
You would have to comply with that, whatever it is.
I think we should just say the fence needs to be 6 feet in
6 feet
height
in height, that's fine.
instead of saying no less than.
I don't even know if something taller than,
I mean, I think
Are there
that's,
taller?
I think that's standard height. But that's not a construction fence, that is a permanent fence.
and so do you
Right.
think that, and I don't know, are those standard 6 feet?
I think so.
That's fine. Yeah, that's fine. I just said no less than in case somebody wanted to do an extra. I mean, would we care if it was taller?
Well, then they're gonna have to get a building permit to put in a temporary fence.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Okay, that's fine.
But would they have to get a fence permit for a 6-foot temporary construction fence? 'Cause you still have to get a fence permit, right, if it's 6 feet?
If they're under construction, they'd have a building permit already.
Right.
Yeah, I would
Yes.
think it's covered, yeah.
Yeah, they just have to have structural issues if it's higher than 8.
That's fair
Higher
point.
than 6 feet to
Good
make
point.
sure it's not gonna
Sure.
blow over on somebody.
Yeah.
Okay, then, why don't you make a quick amendment on page 1, line 34
Oh, on the ordinance?
and strike the words no less than 6. If I were in the motion-making business, that's what I would do.
I was on the other document, I was not
Oh,
on the
yeah,
ordinance.
well, you're gonna love this one that's got line numbers.
I know, okay. So, and I guess we're giving discretion where we say as far away from all street and curbs as practicable, because that to me is totally unenforceable as well, that's,
Why don't
That's
you take
very-
your low-hanging fruit first and do page
Okay.
1, line 34.
okay. Well, I'm not moving approval of the whole thing.
No,
I'm just
just
saying.
You're suggesting an amendment.
Move an amendment to line 34, item 1, to just say 6 feet in height.
You have a motion, members, to strike the words no less than. Is there a second?
Second.
You have a motion by Councilwoman Hudson, a second by Councilman McDuffie. All those in favor, or is there a discussion?
I mean, if someone comes in and wants to put a 6.5 foot, I don't think we're gonna keep them from doing it. But yeah, so, I mean, I'm fine with it, I guess.
Well, it's a temporary construction fence.
Yeah.
I think that they're all
They're all
pretty
the same
standard
size.
size,
Yeah,
so.
exactly.
All right, hearing no further discussion, all those in favor say aye.
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 All those opposed say no. Being 4 ayes, no nays, that motion carries. And show Councilwoman Roxanne McKee off the dais. And now show Councilwoman Roxanne McKee back on the dais. Okay, all right, council, you now have an amended ordinance before you. Happy to have other amendments, or happy to
Yeah,
entertain?
I'm gonna make an amendment or motion. Probably won't work, but I'm just gonna.
Oh,
put it
you
out
never
there, so
know,
I
man.
So I move to strike the words residential demolition from line 26.
You have a motion, before you, page 1, line 26, striking the words residential demolition. Is there a second? Mark it for a second.
So what would be the effect of the motion? You're
Would-
striking,
The effect of the motion would be that the fence would be required when construction begins, but not before
Okay.
that, during the demolition phase of the
I'll
construction.
second that.
Oh, you're playing ball now. You have a motion from Councilman Robinson, you got a second from Councilwoman McKee. Is there discussion?
Can you
Well-
justify your,
Yeah, my
thinking?
justification is that I've seen a few of these, they happen very fast. I think it's a friction point. I'd rather just have the house gone, and moved out rather than having the fence put up. So yeah, those are. And, the other thing was during our last meeting, I think someone had mentioned, there are lots that just sit there, like they wipe them and then they sit, so, I mean, it just seems like for a couple days, just a little bit not necessary in my view.
Right. Well, I can see that. I mean, so for instance, you've taken the house out, you don't have any litter on the lot, you haven't left any litter. Rather than prevent people from being able to see the lot, especially if you're trying to sell your lot or whatever, you know, is it better to have construction fencing kind of somewhat impeding lines of sight and that type of thing, rather than just leave it gone? I agree with that. I think there was reaction to a bad actor during demolition, but I think,
well, that hasn't been the only one that's been
sure,
a problem, but, right.
sure.
So what has happened during demolition?
Being unsafe and out in the street and
Okay. 'Cause
dropping slabs of concrete from a front-end loader more than a block, more than a story in height down to the ground to break it up.
Yeah.
Not having, safe perimeters around what's going on during the demolition.
Right.
That's my concern.
Yeah.
And realistically, I don't know that that the fence would provide a whole lot
Of protection.
of protection.
Right.
It might help a little bit with dust.
Well, and it might help from keeping a front-end loader from knocking down the neighbor's stone fence, which is also happened on that same site. It would give a visual to the front-end loader or the truck driver where the curb is and where the property line is.
Hmm.
I mean, where the property line is, not the curb. And it also helps control the dust and dirt from the
Right.
neighbors that are adjacent. And keeps pets out and helps keep pets out. I just think it's a safety issue. We have a lot of contractors that put it up and do demolition afterwards. So,
Okay.
it
And-
seems the wording has enough leeway that if there is a problem, the designee or building official can give lenience.
Well, would the building official or designee be able to give lenience to, once a lot is cleared, just leaving it
I think
cleared,
so,
not fenced?
because this is during construction, during demolition, or during construction, so you could it
It
could be
could sit
removed.
vacant for a while without a fence.
Yeah,
Okay. Yeah, because you had asked a question earlier about, whether there was gonna be discretion
Right.
to be able to not put up a fence during demolition, but the way this is worded, it says fencing is required during residential demolition.
Yeah, that's the way I read it.
Yeah.
Okay.
So what is before you, I didn't know when to interject here, so I'm just gonna interject now before the vote. Is the intent to just get rid of the fencing during the demolition? Is your motion the intent just to get rid of the fencing as a requirement during demolition?
Yes.
Okay, then I wouldn't remove the word residential, because the word residential is intentional, because it's not required for commercial construction, it's only required for residential. So you shouldn't strike the word residential, you should just strike the word, if that's the intent,
The
demolition
words
and.
demolition and.
Yes.
So if you want to withdraw that motion and make a new motion, I'm happy to have that.
I'll withdraw that motion, and seeing as how the discussion seems to be playing out, I'll go ahead and, I'll amend it. I'll amend it to just say, strike the words, demolition and from line 26.
You have a motion before you, council, page 1, line 26, to strike the words demolition and. Is there a second?
Second.
The motion, great. You have a motion from Councilman Robinson and a second now from Councilman Duffy. Is there further discussion?
only one other point, and that is, there's no requirement to notify adjacent property owners when a demolition permit is requested. So if you're a neighbor and there's any question over property lines, where the property line is, this is also, your construction fence may be your first indication that there's a dispute on that issue. So I think it's also helpful for that reason.
Well, it's also warning that something's about to happen next door
Exactly.
too.
It's okay, hang
Which
in
you
there.
see, I mean, when the big front loaders show up and equipment,
There you go.
Yeah, typically they drive up the equipment the day before, but
Want When you nearly got him. Hang in there. All right, I'm ready to see how this is going to turn out. Is there further discussion? All right, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no.
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 3 ayes. No.
No.
2. 3.
Nays.
Very late.
2
2
ayes.
ayes. 3 nays. Motion fails. Sorry.
Did
Alex.
not break
I'm
on
I got-
party
video.
lines,
I
it
got
broke on
tongue-tied.
gender lines.
I got tongue-tied because that is the first time this council has ever disagreed, and I'm very proud of you all. Okay, further discussions on the overall ordinance.
I move approval of the ordinance as amended.
You have a motion for you, council, to move the ordinance.
Oh, yes.
Yes, let's do that.
Yes, if it's okay with council, we will move into public hearing and on agenda item number 14, and ask if anyone would like to speak on agenda item number 14 in public hearing.
Kevin and Holly.
Oh, yes, Kevin.
Come on,
This is
Kevin.
your big chance. Don't do it. No. Well played. Well played. Yeah. Hearing none, we will now close the public hearing at 11:17 and come back into regular session. And now, council, I would entertain a motion.
Okay, I move approval of the ordinance as amended.
You have a motion, council, to approve the ordinance as amended by Councilwoman Hudson. Is there a second?
Second.
You have a motion by Councilman McDuffie. Is there further discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. Ayes have it, 5-0. Thank you, council. Moving on to agenda item number 15, discussion and possible action on an ordinance amending section 107-26 official zoning map of the city's code of ordinances. Recognize Ms. Brown to lay out the item.
This is an ordinance that would allow us to adopt a GIS-based zoning map as opposed to the prior signed and sealed paper map. And I would move its adoption.
Oh, I like the brevity. You have a motion by Councilwoman Brown to adopt the ordinance as presented in your
Second.
packets. You have a second by Councilman Robinson. Is there further discussion?
It's much more streamlined.
Hearing none. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. Ayes have it, 5-0, motion carries. Moving on to agenda item number 16, discussion and possible action on an ordinance adopting the official zoning map. And I recognize Councilwoman Brown to lay out the issue.
If you have a chance to look at Exhibit A, that is the new official zoning map. We've given either an address for each of the parcels that had no address or designation. We've either given them a street address where they're associated with an adjacent tract with that street address, or we've given them the TCAD property identification number where the address is not a Rolling Wood, the lot parcel is associated with an address that's not a Rolling Wood address. Some of these parcels, each of these parcels, we have confirmed that Rolling Wood is properly recognized in the TCAD database as the jurisdiction to receive the taxes associated with that portion of the tract. We also have gone through and verified the zoning on there were 1 or 2 commercial lots on the south side of Bee Caves Road. We went back to the city records, confirmed the zoning is either C1 or C2, or in one case there was designated as PUD and should have been C2. And so we've reconfirmed all the zoning on it, and we have dealt with the issue of the bulge in the park and whether the bulge belongs to the city or belongs to the pool, and have verified that as well. So we think we've taken care of all of the items that were raised by the council when this map first came up for consideration. And I would recommend we adopt this map as the official map.
I have one very picayune little thing as I'm sitting here looking at, this says Gentry Drive, and we were just looking at this Code of Ordinance, section 32-38, calls it Gentry Avenue.
I don't know the official name, but I bet we can get that corrected to what.
I've always thought of it as Gentry Drive. I've always referred to, but just we were looking at that ordinance and I was going, this says Gentry Avenue, so just made me.
We're
Well,
looking.
maybe that needs to be corrected in our code when we're making the other corrections to the.
Why don't you just, if you'll, just make a broad statement in the motion to,
Verify the proper name of Gentry,
yeah, we'll make
whether
that.
it's Gentry Drive or Gentry Avenue, through a source other than Google Maps.
Yes.
No, I think we go to our city records.
The young one said, "What's MapQuest?" She was joking.
I mean, Travis County Appraisal District has.
We could,
Gentry
you want me to
Drive.
run out and look at the street sign?
Will you come back?
It's Drive. It's definitely Drive.
It's gotta be Drive.
It's Drive.
Is that what it is on TCAT?
On TCAT is for the houses along there.
Okay.
If you just go
Okay,
down
I'll
those.
entertain any motion.
I move that we adopt Exhibit A as reflected in agenda item 16 as the official map for the city of Rollingwood, and that we verify, subject to verification, that Gentry Drive is Gentry Drive and not Gentry Avenue.
You have a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
You have a motion by Councilwoman Brown, a second by Councilwoman McKee. Is there further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. 5 ayes, no nays, motion carries.
One more item on this, Mr. Mayor, if I could.
Yes, ma'am.
We have not, I asked whether we need a resolution or other action that designates how this map will be updated from time to time. I believe the city staff is recommending that we use WSB engineering firm that created the map to verify any changes or corrections. But we don't have an actual proposal written up or process or other means to identify what that will be.
We do have an administrative process that we've worked on with K-Freeze to do this on a quarterly basis. And that is what we're currently doing. And we also have it on our administrative rolling to-do list. But in terms of an ordinance, a policy-setting ordinance, it's your discretion, however you want to handle that.
Well, I had understood that staff was recommending WSB do these updates.
I'm sorry, yes, it is WSB that does the technical update, but it is a combination of our Public Works Department and others, along with K-Freeze, that are finding those updates for the quarterly updates.
All things GIS,
All things-
not
yeah.
zoning map.
Right, if they,
Particularly if it's
just
any-
as Greg said earlier, if they're in the field and they find a new line that needs to be abandoned, they're making note of that and then meeting on a quarterly basis for us to get that information over to the GIS
Okay.
folks.
And all right. I think zoning changes, if there is a zoning change, it would trigger a change to this map. But there's a different process for that, yeah.
Correct.
Okay, all right, I'm good to go.
Okay. All right, with that, we'll move on off of, we'll close item number 16, move to item number 17. I'm actually going to call up agenda item number 17 and 18 together.
Good job.
Calling agenda item number 17, discussion and possible action to authorize the mayor and staff to engage with vendors for the purpose of exploring the option of outsourcing the role of planning and development manager to a third-party vendor. And agenda item number 18, update discussion and possible action regarding an interim process for handling building permit applications and building code enforcement. Item number 17, I'll recognize Mr. McDuffie to say a few words, and then when he is concluded, we will recognize Councilwoman Brown on her agenda item 18 to say a few words. Before either of you are recognized, though, I would like to apologize to council. Unfortunately, I have had a conflict develop on the Tuesday, May 31st special meeting date, and I do apologize, but we are going to have to send another doodle poll around or a scheduling email around to see if we can find another date for us to meet on that item that we discussed at the last meeting. I bring that up at this time because I do anticipate that meeting that was directed at the last council meeting would cover some of the development-related questions that you may be interested in. With that, I will recognize Councilman McDuffie to say a few words, and then Councilwoman Brown.
Thank you, Mayor. Basically, this item was put together by me prior to Mayor Massengale's work session. So it sounds like in many ways just dealing with the emergency of a resignation created the need to look at a lot of these issues. So I still think it has some validity, possibly. These are just kind of outlining my concerns and different ways of dealing with it. Looks like a lot of that is being looked at very deeply and maybe is being fully dealt with. So,
Thank you, Councilman. Appreciate the vote of confidence. And I do have some comments, but I'll recognize Councilwoman Brown.
Okay, item number 18, I wasn't aware of the Councilmember McDuffie's agenda item. My concern with respect to this interim process is that when I look at the interim outline, and in talking with Ms. Wayman and Ms. Adair, currently there's not a provision in our this internal development process. It doesn't address when residents are given notice of building permit applications on properties that adjoin them. Under the code, a resident within 250 feet of a property for which a building permit has been filed is to be given notice. In fact, the code says that the application is not deemed filed until that notice has been given. We have situations currently where, because of with the current record-keeping system, for example, a lot catty-corner to me, it shows up on the list of pending permits, but there's been no notice given except to one resident, and notice was left on the mailbox. It wasn't hand-delivered to him or mailed, which are the forms of notice. And I've not gotten any notice. The other residents haven't gotten any notice, and we can't check the file to see if notice has been given because of the current state of activity associated with getting this interim process in place. And so I have a strong concern about that. I doubt that property is the only one. Back in February, I brought to the council's attention that we weren't in compliance with our code with respect to the posting of permits, pending permits on the website. There's been a list created that is posted occasionally. The last list was posted on May the 6th, but there hasn't been one since then.
We've been a little busy.
I'm sorry?
We've been a little busy.
I understand that.
Okay.
But also, if you're a resident and an application has been filed and you want to look at it, you don't know that it's been filed, it's not posted, you don't know if you've gotten notice, and if you did, you couldn't come down here and look at it. That's a problem. And we have, I've talked with Ashley and Desiree on the residential construction outline states that the notice to residents is required 15 days prior to the start of construction. Our ordinance requires that the application for a permit to begin construction not be deemed filed until that notice has been given. So I would like to ask that a priority be placed and that no permits be issued or deemed filed until we have a process for verifying that our process adds a requirement that notice be given in the form required by the ordinance, either hand delivery or if by mail, it's both by certified mail and U.S. mail, because certified mail takes more than the 15 days it's permitted for responding to the notice. And also, with respect to the notice, the applicant is to verify using a sworn statement, which means it's got to have a clause under penalty of perjury. Our statement does not have a clause under penalty of perjury. And so I would like to ask that this interim process ensure that the notice is given, that the application is not deemed filed, that no processing occurs until the notice and the sworn statement have been filed here at City Hall, and that we have some, at least in the interim, if we can do nothing else, we have a paper file with the permit or the address on it and a copy of whatever is delivered by the applicant for filing as be put in a paper copy so a resident can come down here and see what's being proposed for the property they've been noticed for.
Okay.
That's the reason it is of a concern to me that at the present those activities aren't happening. And I don't blame anyone for that. I just want it fixed.
Absolutely.
I don't blame anyone at all for that. Also, as a part of Phil's motion, I would like for us to consider the use of there are two different there's several different established electronic systems for posting of permits. If you look at, I think ATS does permit review for a number of small cities. I've looked on the website of those small cities. They use something called mypermit.gov for filing of for public posting on their website of permit applications. It's easy. It's updated. I don't know what the process is. I don't know what the cost is, but I would add that to your motion that the city investigate a third-party sourced electronic system where we're not trying to recreate or having our staff time taken up by recreating something that can be done electronically easily. Even if you look, what I'm doing now to see what permits are filed is going to the Emergency Service District number 9 uses a electronic filing system for all their permits that's updated daily. So you can go to the Emergency Service District number 9 and find out what permits have been filed for any of the permits they issue on a daily basis. So I think we can, because we haven't found a way to do this in-house efficiently and routinely at this point, I think it's time to investigate use of an established database for that kind of public
It's
posting.
already being investigated. I'll tell you all about it here in 1 second.
Sure, good. Glad to know, glad to hear it.
Did you have something? Okay.
So that's what, those are my concerns.
So I certainly share the concerns. First of all, thank you, Phil, for your comments. I hope that obviously we've been down a lot of roads in the last 30 days here. We've after about 15 minutes after the last council meeting, we became aware that we would be shortly, we would soon be down a person. We hated to hear that. Spent a day or so trying to encourage that not to happen. That was not successful, not a problem. Put a happy face on and do what we do and make the best out of it. I will say then the next 2 weeks was really focused on trying to really make heads or tails out of what all is encompassed in all of the things that we do here in building development, and how we do it. There were a series of meetings that transpired between all of our vendors and all of our staff and our new staff who, kudos to all of our staff, especially the new ones who had a lot put on their plate that had never been discussed in any recent interviews. And I really appreciate the all hands on deck attitude. When we hired everyone, we said, you'll get exposed to a lot of things, and we want to be a staff where everyone jumps in and helps when needed, and of course in an interview everyone says that they will, and then when those times come you find out if they were telling the truth, and I'm happy to report that everyone was telling the truth. So but those series of meetings then culminated in that work session that we sent a copy, a recorded copy to you all. My schedule is not always such that I can have the conversations and the depth of conversations that I would like to have with all of you. So we felt like that was an efficient way to get you the information and give you some exposure to what we had been going through and how it was kind of coming to a head. As we discussed in that meeting, I think I referenced a time or two, this all sounds great, but it all gets very real in 72 hours from that moment. And it did, and it has gotten, I say it got real. I haven't had to do any of this, but
It's real.
it got very real. It got very real to all of our staff there about 72 hours later. They've done a great job. I'll let them speak. I'll let Ms. Wayman speak. But they have certainly been drinking from the fire hose recently, and doing a great job with it. So I agree, Councilwoman Brown, on the issues that you bring forward. I will say, though, the priority for us has been to learn from scratch how to do building development. And, you know, I said in the State of the City that one of my goals for this year was to first focus on staff, which I think we're doing a great job with. I'm really excited about all of our new team and our old team, but our new additions to the team as well. And then next was to really do an in-depth review of a systems review. And I know sometimes that sounds like a good idea, but it's kind of hard to explain. What we are doing with building development is a systems review. When I said that a couple months ago, I really didn't anticipate doing these systems reviews quite the way we have been, which is baptism by fire. So far we've done a deep dive system review on utility billing, and we've now in the throes of doing a deep dive system review on building development. The good news is, myself included and your staff are learning a lot about these departments, and we're learning a lot about how to oversee them and how to do them better, and we're coming up with some great ideas. We have had to have K-Freeze loan us, and Charlie's firm also to some extent, but specifically K-Freeze has loaned us, well, not loaned us, we're paying for it, but it is good that they're working with us. Their building planner, Brandon, he has been, well, I'll let you all, from me looking in, it looks like he is a godsend, and it looks like he is keeping our staff sane, which is not anything I've been able to help with. So I think we're making progress. I think that we have some really solid ideas on how to do things better and different. To your point, Councilwoman Brown, we have, I think, are all sold on moving forward with a My Permits Now. Probably is the platform that we're going to go with, to do exactly what you just mentioned, to try to automate some of this. To be fair to previous councils, myself included, and Sarah and I have both been part of us budgeting for 2 different electronic platforms dealing with permits in the last 2 budget cycles. The difference is we've never had a Brandon. We've budgeted for it. We've known that it was a good idea. We've known that we should.
I thought we had that already.
Right, because we've budgeted for it. We've always, we've teed it up, but we've never had the bandwidth or the external expertise to help us figure out how to set it up. So we're using this tough time that we're having as an opportunity, and I sort of alluded to it in the article that I think Phil had read. We're using it as an opportunity to figure out how to design the system better, design the building development system better, to get it automated. We are going to need council support to spend some dollars to make sure that we have My Permit Now. It's a very cost-effective platform. The difference is we now have someone that we can lean on in Brandon to teach us how to set it up, and he's used it. He's familiar with it. I will say, I've talked to all of our vendors about it. It's clear to me, and I learned a lot in this last 30 days. It's clear to me that we are doing a pretty good job in outsourcing appropriately the very technical aspects of building development. ATS is doing the inspections, by all accounts, doing a really good job. K-Freeze is doing, a lot of the ordinance plan reviews, and I think that's it. Right?
Westlake Fire Department.
Westlake Fire, yeah. So we're doing a good job in outsourcing those issues. I will say, in all of the vendors who I've talked to, though, we probably are still in my opinion, going to need an air traffic controller here. I think that we have an opportunity to change and we have posted for that position. We have not posted for an identical position to Carrie's job description. We have changed that job description, and we have made it a manager level, not a director level. I think it could be, it's going to be more about management, permit management, especially if we can get this platform in line. Maybe a little bit more code enforcement as well. I think there are some things that we can design to meet our needs better and be more responsive on the outsourcing and making sure that we've really got a good grasp on how to manage it all administratively. So I'm excited about that. We already have 2 really strong candidates who have applied for that. So we're still working through it, but that's kind of your update. Ms. Wayman, tell us what you think.
Of course. So again, I would definitely like to reiterate how thankful I am for the current staff we do have here. It became very apparent after the departure of some key staff members, first utility billing, and when I say here, oh, we're making utility billing work, I mean Michaela. She is, running point on that. Vicky is helping out tremendously with utility billing too. Still not part of her job description. She's in public works, but wherever she can, she's helping out all over the place, and it's very appreciated. Kind of the same thing when I say we're figuring out building and development, I mean Desiree. She spends the time day in and day out, and I don't know what we would do currently if we didn't have the willing staff members who are here right now. The key, I think, in both of them is, neither of them had this in their job description, and I'm very thankful that they're doing this, but I know it's not a sustainable forever approach. I will say, kind of in regards to some of the systems and the concerns that have been brought up, I can definitely guarantee you that if we run into issues, we're not leaning towards any kind of, premature issuance of permits. Everything is being run through our experts. So if it conflicts with a code and it's something we're taking in, I think maybe the approach in the past has been we have a pending file for things that aren't really complete, but they've turned in parts of it, and maybe we haven't turned them away, and we've just said, you still owe these other parts. At that point, it would become complete. So there's definitely room to review that process and decide, how do we want to treat those things. And a permit software would be great. We are researching that to its fullest extent. It would, when you would go to submit your documents, if you were missing something, it would just say, thank you, we appreciate it. You have to fill out this other form, or you have to submit this other documentation. And that would keep us from that step of, we get an email, we spend, however long reviewing it. For us, it's a little longer than someone who has been doing planning and development for a long time. So on our end, that would save tremendous amounts of time from a staff member having to do that. So I do agree. I don't see how this position or this department could be outsourced any more than it kind of currently is. ATS, building plan reviews and inspections, K-Freeze, drainage and zoning reviews, and then the related inspections that come after that, and of course Westlake Fire Department. So I do think that a software is our way to go. We have 2 very qualified applicants already for this, the manager job that we have posted. Really looking forward to hearing, how they might fit into this organization and pick up kind of where we left off, but also take this in the direction that we want to see it going with the aid of a permitting software. So, I think we've never really had the resources before to do the permitting software and to continue status quo. If we want everything, we just have to devote the resources to it, and it's going to be a little bit of cost and a little bit of extra time from some consultants, but I definitely think we can do it. Anyways, I'm just very proud of the staff we have here, and I would like them to stay around for a long time, and I can't imagine that they would do this forever. So anyways.
That's it. And I'll just, in closing, I would just say one more time, and
Go ahead.
well, yeah, I was just, Holly gets on to me for repeating myself, but I'm gonna do it again. I see it as a blessing in disguise, that we have been forced to learn this department in ways that we have not previously known it. Certainly that's true for me, and I've been around longer than any of this staff. But I do think it's gonna be ultimately good for us, because I think we're gonna understand how to, what to look for, how to look for it, and what to demand in terms of process. And so, bear with us, give us a little room, because we are still learning it on the fly, literally on the fly. And it is gonna cost a little bit. You may see some, see some costs from Cape Freeze, because we are leaning heavily on their expertise, and Brandon helping us, really, honestly, train us all as we go. And we'll be able to back off of that a little bit, but him being here this week, I think, has really given everyone some peace of mind of how to address some of these things. Councilwoman?
I'd like to hear, if I could, how from tomorrow, if I want to come in and look at a permit application, how do I do that?
Well, again, Councilwoman, I would ask you to give us some breathing room, because we are trying to learn the basics of this entire department.
Well, let me explain the concern.
Okay.
And this is an example. A builder has filed a permit, or a builder has, something has happened to cause 301 Pleasant Cove to be listed on pending permits. No notice has been given to the neighbors of that. How do we find out what's been filed?
My understanding, well, I'll turn it over to staff.
And I'm asking this, I understand everybody's really, really busy.
Mm-hmm.
But I also understand there is a window in which a resident can review and comment on an application. And how can that happen during this interim process?
So I'm gonna turn this over to staff and let staff collect their thoughts while I give them a minute, because I don't know the details. But I believe a couple of things. One, I think that there may be some discrepancy in the terminology that has been used in the past regarding what constitutes an active permit. And so and I'll let staff expand on this, but I think one of the suggestions that Brandon has given us just today maybe, is that we really need to rethink the terminology that we use, because it may be leading to some confusion out there. So that's one thing. And I think part of that is at times when things have, when an initial paperwork has been, for instance, the example that Ms. Wayman gave regarding My Permits Now. When you're filling out in an electronic platform, permit platform, you say there's 10 pages and you fill out 9.5 of them and you submit. But with My Permits Now, it kicks it back and says, can't accept this. That's not how our building official did it. You got 9.5 pages, I'll take 9.5 pages, I'll mark it as active, I'll tell you that you still owe us the other half page, come back when you're ready, and I'm not gonna do anything with it until you do. That's how the human element deals with that issue, because we wanna be friendly and we wanna take the 9.5 pages, but you really owe us 10, we're gonna take that, we're gonna tell you we can't do anything with it until you give us the other half page, but I'll still take it and mark it and put it as, in process, or that is
Pending.
Pending.
Yeah, not active.
Not active.
Pending.
So that's my first blush answer to that. I've now given both people who know far more about this topic plenty of time to collect their thoughts. So surely you can bail me out if I've misstated any of that.
That's exactly about where I was going to take it. The pending file. If anybody said I would like to come look at one of these pending files, absolutely, come in and do it. We are trying to rethink a little bit, just given our current time constraints, if we could put maybe some boundaries around when it was kind of like an open period for that. So we could prepare as a staff and say, hey, we've had 4 people contact us this week, and on Thursdays from this time to this time, you know, we'd obviously make exceptions, but we're looking at ways to potentially just so we can be better prepared for that and use our time more wisely, given that we have other kind of questions coming in all the time, inquiries coming in. But as far as those, and that one in particular, that Pleasant address is in pending because they have not completed all the requirements. So part of the requirement, and it you know, now we may change that form. We need to change that form to have a sworn statement, but they haven't submitted everything. So it's in there as pending. That is not an active permit. They do not have a building permit. They have half of the documents or a few of the documents to
Right.
come in.
But I, as a resident, see this, you know, I called on Friday or sent an email on Friday, said, may I look at these 5 on Monday?
Mhm.
But I understand that y'all don't have time for me to do that. But if that were a permit, if an applicant had filed
If-
everything but the notice,
You would
what
need
would
to know.
happen?
It would still be pending.
What would happen?
Yeah, and you would need to
And-
know.
And once, the other part of that question was, once that applicant does give notice, there's only a 15-day window for the resident to look at the file. And if I can't come down here and look at the file, during, you know, I may get the mailed notice only 3 days before the end of the period. So how are we gonna work this so that residents have the opportunity to look through the file and determine if there are any issues?
So everybody needs, so if you read this, I'm just gonna interject here because we dealt with this a long time ago on a different issue. First of all, this is weird. I've worked for cities all over the state of Texas. I've never seen this before, ever. This notice to the next door property owner, but you have it, and that's fine. This gives the individual the ability to review it, but it doesn't give them the right to change it or to demand changes or demand changes to.
Nobody's suggesting that.
Okay, well, but what I heard is that what if there are issues?
There is a right to.
Right, no, there is not. No, there's nothing, if you read the ordinance, it just gives them a right to review it. It does not give the abutting property owner the right to demand changes. It doesn't.
What I understand, and this part of this is from the language that's in the ordinance for the Board of Adjustment. If a resident has a disagreement with the building official on a question
No, ma'am.
of, when
And
you're
I-
through, I'll
Well,
finish.
yeah, I'm sorry, I apologize, but I don't want you to continue when the zoning board of adjustment doesn't have any authority over a building permit. So it's
If
not
I
a
may-
zoning board of adjustment issue.
There is a provision in the zoning Board of Adjustment for an appeal to be made of a decision of the building official.
No, ma'am, the zoning official. The zoning board of adjustment only deals with zoning issues. This is a building permit issue, not a zoning issue. So no decision with respect
Okay.
to a building permit can
So
go.
a resident.
Unless an exception would be if the building permit shows, well, I don't know that the building permit would show it, but if there's a building plan that shows that the house is in the setback, then that would be a zoning official. But
Right,
that wouldn't be on the
exactly.
building permit.
That's what I'm
That would be
talking
on the
about.
plans.
That's what I'm talking about.
Okay.
And if it's not in compliance with the drainage ordinance, or if there's a different drainage issue that's created because of the plan, a resident does have the opportunity, they don't have a right, they have the opportunity to bring that concern to the building official.
Mm-hmm.
But all of that, to be able to exercise that, they have to be able to see the plan.
Right, and in fairness to you, Councilwoman, and in fairness to you, Counselor, you probably are both, I know you're remembering that these codes used to be intertwined.
Yeah, they
And
did.
when you
Yeah.
came along,
We disentwined them.
we disentwined them. And that could very well be some of that old residual that you're remembering also, Councilwoman, because
Right.
we had some significant discussions about
Right.
trying to unravel that ball of wax.
Right.
But, you
So-
know, this is what the expectation is within the community, because that's what our ordinances say. So that's what I'm just trying to find out in this interim period, how we're gonna do that.
And we already have. We've had someone come in and ask to look at one, and we sat down with them and opened everything up. I think even they asked for a Friday, and we said, absolutely, could we do this on Monday? And they said, sure, that's great. Just to, to amend schedules. If they would have said, my 15 days is up today, I need to come today, we make time for it. I think we just, when there is some leniency, and I think we even said, we think we have all the documents in the files. We probably have some hard copies, some, virtual copies. So that was simply a request to, if it at all possible, to delay the review of the files till we got our stuff together. That was kind of the request on that exact, request to look at information. But as always, and especially in council in particular, you're always welcome to come and look at files. They are all public records.
The
Everything.
citizen can look at them
But
at
I
any
was
time.
asked not to come.
Right.
Could I speak a little bit to the process so that maybe you can
Yeah,
understand
and,
that?
and it's not just me, and it's not just this one incident. I wanna be able to I don't have an assurance that, one, notice is being given, that by the applicants, as it should, that when it's being given, and when a resident can come look at a fire.
And all of
That's-
those are part of the larger design of us learning the system. We have to know how to crawl before we can walk. And so we are trying to
Yeah.
learn that system. And then I totally hear you, and I agree. Part of our design of this system review needs to be an examination of the best practices. And in that discussion that we had at our work session, we had a long discussion about notices. And
I listened to it, not this one, not the notice that goes to residents before an application
the
gets
point is,
filed.
it was a robust discussion and an acknowledgement that we need to tighten up and understand what our posting requirements are.
I understand, yes.
And I'm not disagreeing with you whatsoever.
And I'm not trying to create a problem. My concern is very specific. Tomorrow, can a resident come down here and look at whatever's been filed on
Yes.
whatever permits or applications are pending?
Yes.
Can I answer that though a little
Sure.
bit? So Desiree Adair, I'm the city secretary, if I haven't met any of you guys. But, so there's a difference between the receipt date and the filing date.
Mhm.
So like and we have that on our master permits list. So for example, in the example that Ashley gave, the way I understand it, like if we were using my permits now, the application would come in and let's say instead of them missing something and it bounced back to them, they had everything in there. It gets put into the system right then as of that date, as a receipt date. The filing date would be when the manager or whoever is running that comes in, looks at all that, and puts that into the pending file and says, everything's here, I'm gonna start processing this and looking at it. And then you might invoice for the fees at that point, if the fees were not in there yet. So there's a little bit of process between pending and active.
Mhm. But then, where's the notice to residents?
Yes,
in-
so I think
as
how it has
between
been done in the
pending
past
and- I'm
is
sorry.
once all the plan reviews are done, so in the past, I believe it was done, if I understand correctly. I've only been doing this for like a week and a half. That the owner of the property was told they need to give the notice in conjunction with the plans being sent off for plan review. Because plan review takes a certain amount of time. And then also, it's sent off to both ATS for plan review and also to K-Freeze for zoning and drainage. So if at that point someone comes in to look at the plans while it's pending there, it's not the final plans necessarily, because if anything comes back from
Right.
either of those plan reviews, they may not be in accordance with the code, and they may have to adjust something. So at the point at which those plans come back, it's up to the, whatever you guys wanna do in terms of that, but it can be done either way. You can send it out at the same time, give the owner a little time to notice, and have people come in. It can be done in conjunction, it can be done after, we can wait till all the plan reviews come back, or we can do it before the plan reviews go out.
But the way our ordinance is written, I don't think you can start the plan reviews until the adjacent property owners have been given, until the applicant has filed a confirmation with a sworn statement that they've given the notice. Because the way our ordinance is currently read, the application shall not be considered as having been filed with the city until the notice has been delivered in accordance with this statement, and the statement required by this section has been submitted to the city. And so, the concern I have is that the applicant will file all the documents, they'll work the process to the point of getting a final permit, getting approvals from all of the reviewers, then they'll give the homeowner notice, and everything will have been done before the homeowner even knows there's one, a permit's been filed, or two, that they've had that everything will have been done before the resident has an opportunity to look through the proposed plan and know what their concerns are.
I think that's what Charlie was speaking to earlier.
There just isn't any authority for the abutting property owner to appeal a decision associated with a building permit to the zoning board of adjustment, and there's no authority in the code for the abutting property owner to stop the issuance of the permit because they have an issue. I understand the need to look at it and raise those issues, but there's no authority for them to stop anything, to shut anything down.
But there's the opportunity to look at it if somebody's wanting to cut down trees that are right on the property line, or if I've come in and looked at plans where they weren't complying with the setbacks.
Sure.
Where.
I don't want to get into a debate about the good or bad of having, abutting property owners reviewing other individuals' building permits for compliance. I think that should be left to the staff, because it could get us into trouble from a legal perspective, in my opinion. That's what my biggest concern is. But you have it in your ordinance, and it needs to be complied with. I fully agree with you, Councilmember Brown, that the time it definitely states that notice should be given. Notice should be given. The abutting property owner should be given the right to review it under the code, because that's what our code says. But there is nothing in this code, so that everybody understands, in this code that we're talking about, that gives the abutting property owner the right to shut anything down, to stop anything. To give concerns, I suppose you can do that, but.
Express that view.
You may not have, and I apologize.
What I have said is that I don't think, the way our code's written, the review process doesn't start because the application is not considered as having been filed until the notice has been given.
Yeah.
That's what I've said.
Yeah. So I guess
And
what I'm
so
hearing
what
is
I'm concerned
that, I don't know,
about
I have to
right
read that.
now-
Oh, I'm sorry.
What
Go
I'm
ahead.
concerned about right now is, what are we doing in this interim process to ensure that applicants are giving the notice that our code requires and are
define interim. Tomorrow, next 2 weeks?
Yes.
Next month?
Tomorrow,
Tomorrow, I would say that we're making sure that anyone who wants to look at anything can, and that we're not proceeding with the issuance of any permit if said notice hasn't been provided.
No active permits, no permit is issued if they haven't done that noticing. There may need to be the language change that you asked for, like that's your decision.
That's
And-
just a current,
and-
that is a,
But, yeah,
And then in the
currently that.
next, I would say, I would hope 60, 90 days, hopefully quicker. The plan in my mind is to fully research what this electronic My Permits Now is gonna cost. And I'm either gonna pull the trigger if it's within my purview to spend those dollars that we have, and it's under, what, 20 grand? And if not, I'm gonna bring it to you guys next month and try to get this going. Again, the only reason we haven't ever done that to date is because we haven't had the expertise that we now have with Brandon to know how to set the thing up. And so I'd like to transition to that system as quickly as possible and design it in such a way that it ensures compliance with the code that you're talking about.
Yeah. And I don't read this to, because I agree that the application is not considered filed until the notice is given. But I don't read anything here that would prohibit staff from beginning the review process of the documents that have been given to them. What it says is that the building official will act on the application, and I consider act to be approve or disapprove within 15 no more than 45 days after the application was filed. So they can begin the review process under the way this is drafted at any time that they want, but they can't take any action on it. Approval of it is what I consider action. I don't consider review of plans to be action, but action is the approval. They can't take action until after at least 15 days after the notice has been provided, and no later than 45 days after the notice has been provided. But I don't see anything in here that would prevent them from reviewing the plans when it's provided to them, even if it hasn't been considered fully filed. But certainly they can't act on it until that 15-day period from the date of filing has been complete. And that is not complete until after that notice has been provided, absolutely.
And if I may speak again, the receipt date is the day that they, currently as it stands, they start, maybe all of the documents are in there. The filing date is how we're doing it right now, is the day that within the queue of the pile of people asking for a permit, the person who is managing that looks at it and kind of like files it in there. And then we would invoice if we needed to invoice or gather the check. And then once all those things are checked off, which includes the noticing at that point, then we can issue an active permit. Or an active permit is an issued permit. A pending is not even a permit yet. It's just in process. And part of that process is the 15-day notice, or the notice with plus 15 days.
okay,
That's how I
So-
understand it
well,
at this point.
yeah.
Okay.
I have, the concern, and I guess I'll just come down tomorrow and see, what those files that I asked to look at last week look like. But we need to correct this, where the language is that homeowners are notified 15 to 18 days prior to the start of construction.
Which section of the ordinance?
This is on the webpage.
Oh, on the
It's the
web.
instructions for residential construction.
It doesn't include the, what doesn't include?
Yeah, there's no notice provided prior to the start of construction.
Oh, so that needs to be included on that document? on the
I'm
website?
sorry?
That needs to be included on that
The
document?
document makes the statement
on there,
that
but we don't
homeowners
do
are
it.
notified
Oh, okay.
15 to 18 days before the start of construction.
Ah,
That's
okay.
not compliant with the code.
Got it, okay.
Then the application for residential construction does not include, the checklist for the documents doesn't include the notice that is to be, the form of notice to be given, and it doesn't include the sworn statement.
Okay, we can get those changed. You have those? We will get those done.
And then this document, the internal process, doesn't designate when,
And that's a
The-
draft and that's just a draft document, but what does it not designate?
when the reviewer will check for notice having been given. When notice is to be given and when the reviewer will verify that. At what point in the process the reviewer will verify that.
It sounds like we just need to make sure we define when the clock starts ticking.
Right.
Well, we haven't even settled on that because it's what in terms of notice, it says the clock doesn't start until the notice is given and the sworn statement is filed. But what's happening in practice is the clock starts ticking as the documents start coming in. It just
It
continues.
doesn't, no, it doesn't.
It does not. That address is not, the clock is not ticking on that Pleasant address because
Well,
they have
the
not turned in.
Documents are coming in and they're being sent to reviewers.
I don't think,
When
we're
it-
not
when a-
sending them. We're not sending it to reviewers, in my understanding, until they've paid an invoice. So we invoice them for
And when does
ahead
that
of
happen?
time. After the entire application is complete, all of the documents are in, including the sworn statement, then we invoice. Upon having money in hand, they've paid for the work that we're about to send off and get reviewed.
Then the
Then-
permit's issued.
No, the clock's, then it goes to review. That starts that process. So at that point, the notice has been given, the residents have their time, it's off at being reviewed.
It sounds like maybe the concern is that there's something on the website that shows that there is a permit
That's,
issued for that house or a permit
Right.
in process for that house.
and that's what Brandon said, we need to change our terminology, cause that's a big part of what's causing.
Well, then people are getting concerned because they
Yeah.
go, something's happening and I have no idea what it is and nobody's told me about it and I can't see anything.
Sure.
Totally agree. I can only
So
agree
that-
so many
Yeah.
times.
And
Right.
especially, I mean,
Well,
So
but-
because
so
if
that we
no
just
permit
need
is
it
issued.
not to be on the website to get people concerned about it
Right.
until everything has been
Yeah, but
done
pending,
the way it's supposed to.
Yeah.
when do the documents start getting sent to ATS and K-Freeze for their reviews?
After they have paid.
After they have paid?
They've paid their filing.
which means after they've submitted every single document that they're required to, including the notice.
And so nothing's been done to review the building plans until that point?
Absolutely.
And
And it may-
actually, she may have just, or how it was done in the past, is I'm sorry.
Oh, no, go
There
ahead.
may have just been a number assigned, and she just put pending. That was the system that was there before. But maybe there's more documents you're waiting to come in before you can even send it. You may not even have the plans yet. They may
Okay.
have just filled out an application and turned it in, but it's not a complete
Sure.
application.
And that's why the electronic platform will make this all so much, like it won't even be an
You know,
issue.
because it's
it
like,
just-
you don't have
Well-
everything, it's not on my plate yet,
Right.
just
Yeah.
come back
Mhm.
when you have it all.
That coupled with enforcing the notice requirement will do that.
Yes, yes.
Mhm. And it may be as simple as, I mean, for us, it's a reference number until it becomes a permit, and then it becomes a permit number. So maybe it's as simple as giving it a permit number on the spreadsheet until it's actually physically a permit. I mean, that's how we reference it from day one. It's next in line in the spreadsheet, so it's number 3125, or maybe it's on a different spreadsheet altogether until it's even at that stage.
And I've
I
never
mean.
even seen this My Permits Now, though I've talked about it for years at this point. But I'm hoping that there's maybe even something that we can utilize within that platform to require some sort of submittal regarding the public notice. Like, is there a checkbox that we can set up to say that this has been done and some sort of proof positive? I don't know, because I've never seen it, but
I'm
I would
positive we
imagine
can.
there is.
Yes.
And does My Permit Now provide the ability as it goes through the building inspection process, that where you can go online, anybody can go online and look and see where it's at in the?
We think so, but we weren't gonna get their hopes up yet.
Okay.
Right. We were hoping it
Because
did.
there are some things out there.
We think that may be a possibility.
I would assume you could assign some visibility to certain things along the way.
Those things, cost money, but a lot of cities have those, large cities.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You can look at any permit online.
Yeah.
It's automatic. Okay, thanks. Oh, wow.
All right.
This is,
I need you to.
well, this is.
I need you to tell everyone what you're passing out.
This is the WSD #9 permit process.
The record reflect Councilwoman Brown is passing out the permit,
The ESD's
the ESD's My
Now
Permit Now system.
platform.
Yes, so their system updated as of yesterday.
Yesterday being Wednesday or yesterday being Tuesday?
The 17th.
Yeah.
Yes, the 17th. And then if you click on like, for example, the Hasso residence, which is a Rolling residence, if you click on that, then you know the status of all the various permits.
Yeah.
But that shows, that process, that My Permits Now shows that a permit has been filed, or an application has been filed. It doesn't ensure that notice has been given. So we need to ensure that we get the sworn statement that our code requires. And I can send you tomorrow what I would recommend be the change to that statement that's on file, so that it is under, so that it is a sworn statement. It's not a sworn statement now.
Yeah, that would be helpful.
That'd be great. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, my 100th robust discussion about building development this month. Thanks, everyone. Any other?
Well, we need to set a date for the hearing on code compliance.
Yeah, we do need to do that.
And I would say, because we've canceled that date now, can we do that? Everybody know their calendars well enough to do that?
And we can sure try. I set aside every third Wednesday of every month, but
Well,
my
it's the
preference.
19th of May. We've had that. We were gonna have we voted to have a special meeting at last council meeting.
I know.
So I'd like to get that done. There are,
Is that the one that was
and I
supposed to
think
be
it
on
would
the
be
31st?
helpful.
That was the one for
Correct.
the 31st that I do
Yeah.
apologize
The
again.
mayor now can't attend.
But I
Right.
can't attend.
But I think it would be helpful also to the process that's going on right now on the building permit and enforcement, and whether or not we continue doing one or both of those in-house. I think we need to get a handle on that. And I think it would be good to do it in a special meeting that we voted on last.
Now say that again. What?
I'm just explaining the importance of the topics to be addressed in the special council meeting that we'd scheduled to this interim process.
Yes, and those are.
So I would like to have that meeting as soon as possible, and I would like to ask if we could circulate a date tomorrow for rescheduling it.
Yeah, we can do that.
Yeah, we can try.
I think.
We'll try.
Yes, ma'am, we will try.
Wait, do you mean today, then?
Today.
technically?
No, ma'am. She said tomorrow, so she means Friday.
Okay. I mean,
No.
Tomorrow.
There, here's my view. Part of the issues that concern this community are issues with building, the amount of building, the confusion, the congestion it causes, and whether we are enforcing our codes and how we're gonna do that. And, we can write in and bother the staff 15 times a week with something that's on the street, but the more efficient way to do that is to enforce it a couple of times, and then the contractors will get the note and they will be in line.
I 100% agree with that.
We've had one, one of the things you'll see when we have this meeting is 8 dates on which a particular property had various piles of construction materials in the street. They'd been visited by our police. We are not enforcing some things. I'm not sure, and I think we ought to have a discussion about whether we can combine the permitting process and the enforcement process in one individual, because I don't think that works, actually. I think we need a separate group that does code enforcement, or person. And we've had that in the past. But there's kind of a conflict if you're trying to work with the developer versus it's time to get tough. So, anyway, I'd like to have that meeting.
Send dates around tomorrow.
And I think it's important to this community. I think it's important to getting the bond issue passed. I think it's important to the health of our community at this point.
Also important to our health to get some sleep.
Stay here all night if y'all want to.
I'll move to adjourn.
You have a motion to adjourn.
I was gonna say, if we have, send out a request for dates, I thought you'd already
It's
talked
actually
about
out
doing
there.
that.
Yeah.
And then we get that figured out tomorrow, and
It is actually already on our calendar. I think
Consider
it's
it
already on
done.
her calendar to
I just made an invite.
circulate that tomorrow.
Second.
that'd be good.
Don't even need.
Motion to adjourn.
Second.
A second to adjourn. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Thanks, council. Appreciate you.